Okie dokie. Uh, hello. Uh, oh, there's a warning. What's the warning? No, it's fine. I think this should be fine. Maybe. Like, oh well. Uh, I'm gonna truck along. If there's any type of issue, if anyone comes in, I guess just tell me. Um, though no one's gonna hear right now, so um, I'm I might. You know what? Let's see if I can mess with this real quick. Uh, I That's weird. I swear it shows. That doesn't look right. Oh well. Okay. Well, it's fine. This is this is fine. Okay. I'll just let's just continue. Um, we'll see if anyone actually comes in anyway. So let's go ahead and start here. So my name's Vera Volta. Like to call myself an indie lab brat YouTuber. I talk about various nerdy things. Generally, all during the week I'll talk about finances, but during the weekends I'm going to try to do more traditional nerd stuff. Maybe on Tuesdays and Thursdays. We'll kind of see how the schedule ends up playing out as things continue on. But let's today's subject is the Lightbringer, which is created by a YouTuber that some of you may know by the name of Linkara. He was part of the whole Channel Awesome thing. If you're familiar with Nostalgia Critic and all the people associated with that, there's a big part of the internet back in the day, or at least in the angry reviewer sphere, had more influence than I think it does now. But Linkara's been around for quite a bit. He's been doing his videos pretty consistently for a long, long time. He's the main like comic reviewer of the Channel Awesome people. Though Channel Awesome is currently dissolved. They had like a whole drama thing, which is a totally different story to go into if you ever want to hear about like the history of Channel Awesome. Which that was kind of part of my childhood was growing up with Channel Awesome stuff, and one of the creators was Linkara. I was always interested in comic stuff, partially because like I grew up watching like Justice League with my dad and stuff. So I always wanted to get into comics, but I just never really knew how. I so generally I somewhat live through Linkara and what type of getting some bits and pieces of comic information, especially with when he do his more positive retrospectives. Though probably my favorite content from Linkara was the Power Rangers stuff because I actually really do love Power Rangers, and he did some pretty good fun like fan stuff that I think is interesting. He did have like a rant about people asking for it though. That was kind of funny because he kind of threw a little bit of a temper tantrum about that when people was like, hey, when's it coming? And he wouldn't just tell them when it's coming. He just kind of yelled at them about that. But this comic that he made when he was like 18, 19, I did a little bit of math. I think he was probably 19, maybe 18. So he's not like super young when he made this. He also had a book series. The book series is where you might hear more of weird stuff. Like there's a few scenes in there that are very I'll just say edge lord for the type of content involving girls and things. getting put into things. I'll just say that against their will. So that's where that one gets criticized, I think, a lot more heavily, and I think deservedly so. The weird one about that book series, I think it's called Angel Armor, is that's where the name Linkara comes from. So I guess that kind of sticks around with him more than some people calling him the Lightbringer, which kind of started more around whenever the Oni Plays people like to talk about like Channel Awesome things, and they do like really good impressions, especially of Lewis Linkara, and he doesn't take it great. Like the nostalgia critic Doug Walker gets like the same type of they make fun of him too, but he handles it a lot better. He just sees it as good fun, like what it is. Meanwhile, Linkara is just gets so pissed off about it. And I think that's why people tend to call him the Lightbringer, is because they'll make some jokes about the Lightbringer in their impersonations, and he gets pissed off about it, so that they know it'll get a reaction, so they'll talk about that. So that's a little bit of background here. Actually, I'll even read some more background because he gave a helpful little FAQ here. So I figured this would be good to get into like what the mindset at the time was and kind of what the intention was with this series. Um, so let's check this out. What is Lightbringer? Lightbringer is a webcomic, duh. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that bit. About a superhero called Lightbringer. It takes place in the fictional Minnesota location of Pharaoh City. If you didn't know, it's Minnesota because that's where Lewis, aka Linkara, is from. Uh, he even has like an analog horror series that was actually pretty well received. I think it's called like Winter of 80. Is it 87? I might actually talk about that one next week to as like a little bit of a comparison to see how he's grown a bit in storytelling skills. So hopefully he'll have significantly improved. But yeah, the fictional Minnesota location of Pharaoh City. Lightbringer himself is a furniture store owner in the city who was born with the ability to manipulate light in a variety of ways, including allowing him to fly. I believe at the time Linkara might have also worked in a furniture store because I think one of the biggest critiques that I've heard about this one, other than like the art's kind of obvious. I generally won't touch the art unless if I just think it's funny, because it's clear that that's not what his main goal here was. He was way more. He seems way more like trying to focus on the writing, and then he just kind of needs art for a comic because comics need both art and words, which it actually becomes a little bit of a problem as we go on. I'll explain that in a bit. But so I'm mainly going to critique the writing way more than the art. I will point out when the art looks funny though, just because I think it's funny. But yeah, okay. But yeah, the main critique is him being like a self-insert. But yeah. Also, I believe the in that Angel Armor series, I think that he's also a self. I believe that character is also a self-insert, where he even goes as far as to name him Lewis. So that's people like to. So again, that goes into like the self-insert thing, and then in general, one of the main critiques of Linkara is that he has an ego issue, where he has a very big ego. I think he's even acknowledged it himself and said that he has that issue. So I I don't know if it's like credit for being self-aware or like, well, so now you got to work on it, you know? But yeah, okay. Let's just keep going. Otherwise, we're going to be here for like 8 hours. Okay. Why does the artwork suck so much, especially in the first few series? Oh wait, no, I skipped one. I'm sorry, I gotta go back. World's first superhero hero. In case you haven't noticed, there have been other superheroes. Of course there have. However, the tagline is a reference to the fact that in the universe Lightbringer takes place in, he is the world's first superhero. Sure, there are the same comic books that we have in the real world, but a real, live, honest to God superhero? None until that point. Okay. So he's the only superhero in this universe for Lightbringer. Okay. Why does the artwork suck so much, especially in the first few storylines? because I suck as an artist. Okay, maybe you needed to put this through like a little bit more editing. So I suck as an artist. Okay, because I didn't realize just how bad it was until some very critical reviews came out about the artwork that offered suggestions about how to improve it. So I took them up on it. I am always attempting to improve my art in some capacity, so if I seemed excited by doing something minor, it's just that I'm really happy and proud I've done something different. Okay, that's fair enough, I guess. But this was, I believe, featured. I forget if it was something awful or something like that. I think at some point I think even before Linkara was known as Linkara, I think people found this and was making fun of it. I think there was like a series called Your Webcomic is Bad and You Should Feel Bad, and this was featured on that. So I think that's what he's alluding to with people critiquing it. So wait, then who are Ted Sage and Fred Goldart? Goldart? They keep appearing in the credits to the storylines. Ted Sage and Fred Goldart are pseudonyms for myself. Frankly, I like to try to make this look like a real comic book as much as humanly possible. A nearly impossible feat considering my poor artwork. Okay, he is self-aware. And as such, having all the credits go to my own name just looks silly in my honest opinion. Well, I feel like that just somewhat shows how much a labor of love this is if it's just all your name. I mean, there's been like games and stuff where it's all made by one dude and people love those. Like I think I want to say Undertale was all made by Toby Fox. But yeah. Even mainstream creators use pseudonyms for various purposes. Yeah. I know one of them got in trouble because his pseudonym was like an Asian name and he's a white guy. I don't know why it mattered too much. I think it was just for like a Japanese based book. I don't know. I don't know too much about that. It was like CB Smolsky or something on top for that. I don't know. Okay. Why Lightbringer? Why did you do it? This is like he's being accused of a crime. A variety of reasons, really. Most of the time, whenever someone's inventing a new superhero universe, they tend to instantly populate it with hundreds of superheroes. Well, no, if they're doing that, they're doing it poorly. With a long and complex history spanning decades, and yet I've never seen anyone start off a universe in the modern age from scratch and take a look at how the world would react to it. I swear there's been something. I don't know. I need to look more into the indies than I already do, to be honest. Realism versus pessimism. There seems to be a tendency among mainstream titles to depict superheroes in a pessimistic light whenever they want to make superheroes realistic. I have a more optimistic view on how it could be taken and subsequently decided to write a story about the age of heroes with more hope in it. Okay, that's admirable. I think this was 2006. So this is when we're still kind of I'm not gonna call it the dark age of comics because I'd honestly say today is like the dark age of comics, but like the physically dark age of comics. Like let me see. X Force. Yeah. Just to get an idea of like physically dark. It was very like physically dark, detailed, and realistic looking was what was going on here during this time. So um this was around the time that I think X-23 was created. She was around this time. And she's definitely a more darker character, though I still really enjoy her. That she's my favorite character in all of fiction. But but yeah, no, I see during this time there was a lot of physically dark and then like also dark like story elements that were going on, more like murders and things like that. Um, Nowadays, I think it's somewhat gone too much in the opposite direction because now sometimes they'll just have like female superheroes go out and just eat and have basically little tea parties and shit, and it's really boring. And they don't, and the characters don't act in characters, so that's annoying too. So I guess there's either way of extreme can be bad, but unless if you're like have the universe set up that way from the beginning, I guess that could be fine. But if you're radically changing tones, then it could be. be pretty give you whiplash. Okay. Really, I have a desire to work in the mainstream and to write comic books, but I know that's still a long way from me. But since the desire is still there, this is my way of getting it off my chest. Unfortunately, I don't think Linkara's like ever actually worked in comics. He does have in his reviews, he has like an ongoing story, and he also made like a movie. Um, to be honest, the movie sucks. It is like the worst I've seen in terms of like all the Channel Awesome movies, which weren't great to begin with, but they were like jokes and they weren't necessarily supposed to be taken seriously. But Linkara is like 100% taking this seriously, and it's not great. And then the acting's pretty bad. And then there's Mars Girl just being fat in the back, and Mars Girl being fat in the background is just a whole big thing. I really I really don't recommend that one. And keep in mind, I was a fan who was like who was watching the story when it came out. And it's like this still sucks. This is not good. Whenever that came out, I think he also got a lot of money to make it, and it just still didn't turn out good. Oh well. Superheroes fascinate me philosophically, and I want to explore some of the themes that I sometimes want to see in mainstream books, but sadly don't see all that often. I wonder what these themes will be. I'm not even like foreshadowing. I'm not really sure what he's talking about, what he specifically wants to see. So we'll see. Where did Lightbringer get his powers from? I'm not telling cringy winky face. Not to say I won't ever tell someday or that I don't know. I just don't want to reveal it here. Lightbringer is not a scientist, nor does he regularly hang out with biologists or, or physicists, so it's not like he can phone up somebody to take a look at it. Okay, I guess. Will there be other superheroes down the road? Yep. Well, that um okay. Yep. When? Well, that would ruin the surprise now, wouldn't it? Cringy winky face. Geez, your comic sucks. Why do you even bother? Well, I'm sorry you feel that the comic sucks. Although you're entitled to your opinion, I continue on because I think I can improve, and I'm hopeful that my comic will make some people happy. Oh, and also the above reasons about why I did it. Okay, I guess fair. What the heck is Angel Armor? This is the thing that he made when he was little. Well, not little. He was like 14, 15, something like that. Angel Armor is a self-published book series I started to write when I was 14 and have continued to try to improve on and add on to still today. I think there's only 3 books. While they take place in the same universe, one is not necessary to understand the other. The books themselves are available in the store section. Okay. I wonder if you can still get those. I'm sure people have gotten them just to like review them and shit on them. But uh but yeah. So but didn't Angel Armor, because I think technically Linkara, the character, uh, in the Angel Armor series, I think that he existed before Lightbringer. So doesn't that make him the first superhero and not Lightbringer? Doesn't that like kind of like ruin this premise of like the world's first superhero? Oh well. Uh, I guess first superhero in like in like that specific part of the universe. I don't know. Well, I like your comic, but I dislike certain ideas slash have some suggestions on how to improve it. Mind if I talk about it? No! You cannot give any opinions that differ from my own. Grr. Seriously, though, go right ahead. You can make posts in the forum about it or email me, and I'd be more than happy to debate and or discuss it. I love feedback of all kinds. Uh, creepy smiley face. But I tried to see if the forums were open. They're not. I think they already got closed, which is kind of unfortunate. I love to see that little bit of internet history. I could maybe use the Wayback Machine, but I don't really know how to do that. So maybe another time. Lightbringer. Well, he sometimes comes off as a Mary Sue when you keep talking about his philosophies in line with your own. That's a fair criticism. Mostly this is due to the fact that I didn't want to write a character I disliked writing about, and subsequently included those elements in it. Uh, Another part of this is what I mentioned above about having philosophical topics that I wanted to bring up and discuss. I think they're just saying that I'm assuming that they're not like put in there the most elegantly if people are complaining about it. It might be kind of shoehorned in, and maybe you need to find a better way to do that. So from there, let's go and see what cast we have in store here. Okay. Carter Granholm slash the Lightbringer. Carter's parents, devout pacifists, always tried to instill their beliefs on their young son, trying to keep him away from reading or viewing anything that would encourage violence as a solution to any of life's problems. Carter continued to read comic books in secret, even after his parents were murdered by a gang member mugging them. Okay. Uh, okay, Batman. Well, let's continue. Carter devoted himself to following the pacifist views of his parents until the harsh conditions of Pharaoh City finally drove him to realize that Pharaoh City would never be saved unless he took action. Born with unusual powers to manipulate light, and thanks to sewing lessons from his home ec classes taken in high school, Carter designed his Lightbringer outfit and not fights to make Pharaoh City a better place to live. Uh, I, Can you like have like one other person like read over this? I think this bit is supposed to be now, but okay. Did no one tell him this? Like in all the years this was up at the time? Oh well. Okay, Hannah Mentz. uh, uh, Another like weird rabbit hole that you could go into is that there's this group uh called oh my, the Delray Misfits. They're like a bunch of bodybuilders who are like lovable goofballs, and the generally like entertaining moments are called mints. Just because one of the main dudes who's kind of the Christian of that universe, except if Christian had like older brothers bullying him into behaving. Um, yeah, not bullying, but rough, tough love to keep him from too much trouble. Um, he read a sign that said enjoyment, but he just read it as enjoy the ment. So it became a joke and to enjoy the ment. It's like enjoy the moment. But yeah. Okay. Never knowing her mother and having her father run off mysteriously at the age of 2, Hannah managed to survive on her own for several years. Like, at what age? Okay. Moving, because it's funny just thinking of like a 2-year-old doing this. Moving from city to city and living off of charity and homeless shelters. Eventually finding herself in the harsh life of Pharaoh City at the age of 15. Holy shit, no, she is doing this like really young. Like, what the hell? Hannah promised to herself that she wouldn't end up like many of the other girls she'd seen get kidnapped off the streets of Pharaohs. As such, she began daily exercises used to increase her strength. To her surprise, while she showed no outward sign of increased muscular strength, she still managed to lift items twice her size with ease. Okay, so she has to have like powers or something, right? Otherwise, this is like total bullshit. Just because of just because of how this stuff works. So she's got to have powers or something. Otherwise, this is total bullshit. She survived mostly on the kindnesses of others, including an electrician who taught her everything she knows about electronics. When she discovered that Carter was the Lightbringer, she offered her services as his backup and technical support should he need it, also providing Carter with someone to talk to during his lonely patrols at night. She's best friends with Michelle, living as her roommate in an apartment that Michelle has refused to allow Hannah to pay for. She's also addicted to coffee. Okay. Doesn't like everyone say that about themselves? I mean, like, I don't really drink coffee because it gets my stomach upset. Like right now, I'm running on gamer subs. But let's see. Police Chief Eddie Crane. Something like Crane. Okay, well, what Crane makes me think of is I think Crane is Scarecrow's last name. Okay. Although his parents encouraged him to pursue a singing career, what? Okay, whatever. I guess it's like, oh, it's funny twist. Whatever. Eddie always wanted to be a police officer like his retired father. He excelled through the academy with the highest marks possible and got a New York beat when he was 23. After meeting his wife and having 2 children and going through several promotions until he became lieutenant. And he thought life could only continue on the sweet track. However, during a bungled armed robbery of his apartment, his wife and children were murdered. Okay. Okay. Uh, although the murderer was caught and sentenced to life in prison, Eddie didn't have the heart to remain in New York. When the police chief position was offered in Pharaoh City, no one wanted it due to how much crime there was, and because of rumors that the previous chief had been murdered in his bed while his family was kidnapped by the slavers. Okay, what the hell? Eddie jumped at the opportunity, putting his name up front for the position in hopes of doing some good while also escaping the memory of his lost family. But there's like crimes going on all the time. How is this helping you escape? This should just remind you of it all the time. What? Okay, whatever. Despite all his attempts to save Pharaohs, his work was constantly countered by the criminals and corrupt. He continued along, though, not knowing what else he could do. However, the news of the Lightbringer's appearance brought about new hope for him. At first, a little wary due to the vigilantes that had existed in Pharaoh's past. Well, technically, then, I guess we have another superhero. Because it depends on what you consider a superhero. Because you can have no powers and still be considered a superhero, depending on what universe you're in. So I think this also takes away from Lightbringer being uh, the world's first superhero here. But okay. Crane soon learned he could trust the Lightbringer not to become a killer after successfully destroying the slavers without having to kill anyone. Okay. Yes, I guess spoilers. Uh, Gary Manning. Isn't that like a No, those are the last names of the sports thing, right? Gary had a fairly uninteresting life in Pharaoh City, went to school, graduated college, and married his college sweetheart Karen. Oh, you poor man. I hope that turned out okay. However, because of all the crime in the city, Gary fought back against it in his own way, developing a sense of humor to comfort him and the people he cared about so they would not fall into despair. His happiness only grew with the birth of his two children. Okay, please don't murder them. It seems like every family introduced is getting murdered, which it's kind of boring, to be honest. It takes away the stakes if you just know that they're going to get murdered. And it's like it's tragedy just for the sake of tragedy. Okay, Michelle Allett or Allo? Because sometimes the T isn't pronounced in names. I don't know. Michelle grew up in Shoreview, Minnesota, just living there for most of her life while she tried to discover what it was she wanted to do with herself. As such, she took up writing and painting while she attended college, trying to get recognized. During that time, she fell in love with the romantic period of literature that told stories of nature, heroes, and chivalrous deeds. As such, her love of the subject was reflected in her artwork and writing, particularly her poem, The Unconquered, which won her a few $100s in a contest. To reinforce her free spirit, she changes her hairstyle on a daily basis. Wow, that sounds expensive. Or like they're gonna look like shit because you have less and less hair to work with. I wonder if he's gonna have the poem and it's something that he wrote himself, and then it's like this was worth hundreds of dollars in awards, and it's like okay. She moved to Pharaoh City, hoping to use the desolate environment as inspiration and reaffirmation of her beliefs in heroes and white knights coming to the rescue. White knights. This I'm sorry, just the current connotation of the term white knight. But okay. She took up a job as a salesperson when Carter was looking for people to work at Grand Furniture, and she gladly took it up. Meeting her through a mutual friend, Michelle decided to act in a chivalrous, this word is going to kill me, manner and take in Hannah Mintz, as her roommate and best friend, hoping to find a kindred spirit and ally in her beliefs. While Hannah has not shared Michelle's passion for the subject, the two are inseparable best friends. I mean, I think romantic literature was what I remember from school, at least, was like more of like how things were described in terms of like very emotional type stuff and how different settings were described. Like Frankenstein is a romantic piece of literature, technically, and that's one of my favorite books actually, because I have this thing where if there's a character who is like created and in like a lab and then is just like trying their best and then like horrible things keep on trying happening to them while they like keep on trying their best, I tend to really like them, like X-23, Mewtwo, uh the monster in Frankenstein. I those are some of my favorite characters, just because they keep trying, and I generally like to see that. I prefer to see them to succeed than just have like sad ending. But I like the type of character a lot. Maybe because I was partially made with the petri dish. But yeah, Michelle met Sandy at her book club, and the two became fast friends. Since she feared that Carter and Hannah were in a relationship, Michelle hooked Carter and Sandy up. Wait, what? Michelle met Sandy at her book club, and the two became fast. Since she feared that Carter and Hannah were Michelle hooked Carter and Sandy up? Why? I'm confused. Okay, the two instantly hit it off and have been in a relationship since then. Sandy works as an English professor at Delta University, Ferris's city's local college. She's outgoing, proficient in Latin, and loves to challenge her students by analyzing text in unorthodox ways. She's particularly fascinated by the Lightbringer and the concept of dual identities. If I remember correctly, I want to say that Linkara actually got his college degree in English. So I wonder if that's part of why these things are why they have these certain traits. But I could be wrong. Villains. The Smiling Man. For more information about the Smiling Man, see Cross Overlord. I tried to do that. I think it's gone. Um, I think it's gone. I don't know. I don't know where it went. But yeah, I think that's been scrubbed. The Darkbringer. Formerly a petty thief living on the streets of St. Paul, Minnesota. This unnamed individual encountered a dark knight from another universe who imbued him with dark magics. Okay. Now worshipping an actual being known as the Darkness. The Darkbringer has devoted himself to destroying everything Lightbringer stands for and bringing about a new darkness on Earth. Why though? Also, why is it like always like the Darkness or some just generic tidal force thing? The and then some type of bad thing. I don't know. But oh yeah, and this is how I have this up so I could just see if he's so I calculated this was made in 2006 and then I subtracted 87 and shows 19. So he's probably in college when he was writing this. So that's why I think that had to do with no. That's why I think the 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 English major is relevant here. Okay, so here's our first cover. Um, he looks like a paper doll, like and like if he turned, it would be like Parappa the Rapper, where he has like dimension, like but just like barely. If you make sense, if that makes sense, like it feels like he's like a walking piece of paper. Uh, So that's interesting. Um, he's got like almost like a lantern core look with the logo and kind of the uniform. He's got a cape, kind of risky. Um, because you know how capes go, at least with the Incredibles. And oh, Lewis here included some nice little context. I looked at this a little bit. I so okay, let's go through this. I actually drew this after the first several pages, but I realized that I would need a cover for the issue. I mean, I don't know if you really need a cover for a webcomic, but okay. The cover itself is an homage to the ever homageable Identity Crisis 2, albeit certainly more positive than that comic. So, to see what cover, I want to look this up. Apparently, this is what he's talking about. So, I guess I needed like the light emanating from the darkness type thing. I guess yeah, nailed it. Nailed it. I mean, it's not that bad. It's considering everything. I think it helps that there's not like too many elements to like look at here. Like it's just a general design. He doesn't look too bad. He doesn't look like crazy bad or anything. It's just like okay, he's not a professional artist, and that's very clear. I guess it can be charming in its own way. So it there we go. I think he's talked about an identity crisis and like hating it. I think this is the one where they like brainwashed Batman or something because they brainwashed like Dr. Light. I think that's what that one is. It's been forever since I've seen his review of that, but I want to say that's what that is. I could be wrong. But also, it's a mistake that Lightbringer's hair in this picture doesn't have the combing it does in later comics. It originally intentioned that he would comb his hair to further alter his appearance, but I eventually decided that the coloring was enough. Okay, let's go to the first like actual words other than Lewis's little note here. Okay, Pharaoh's City. Um, I don't know what's going on with the perspective here. Again, I'm more just picking at this for like funsies. Like I know that he wasn't trying to be an artist, so I don't know if this is like sloped and that's why you can see this here, or if this was just like a mistake because it looks kind of strange with like how the perspective is. Like especially this side. This side looks it looks like something's wrong with this side. I based on like this, it looks like maybe it's sloping. I don't know if it's supposed to look like that. I guess this is Pharaoh City. Don't know what this triangular prism building here is, but okay. Valentine's Day sale. Well, they forgot their apostrophe. So I guess Pharaoh City might have an issue with grammar or something. Okay, it started off well enough. A fantastic, peaceful metropolis within the Midwest. And like someone put like some graffiti, I guess. First thing that comes to mind is Steven Universe or something because it's like SU. That was that's a series. Uh, but it was almost amazing at how quickly it fell apart. Okay, so this is the decay. So this is okay, this is what it was originally like, and this is the decay now. The light's broken, there's some graffiti, a literal trash fire, and I guess the this building's covered up. This is the first comic I ever drew. My artistic talents are so clearly laid out. Their craftitude. Okay, thanks for at least he's self-aware, I guess. However, I think Pharaoh City, when I first designed it, was pretty nifty, despite the fact that I wanted more buildings than I ended up with. I should also note that when I did this comic, the text was at size 14 because I was starting to experiment and wanted to see what I could do with it. Okay. I don't know if it looks that nifty. I I feel like you need some more like clearly identifiable buildings, and if you want to have like a cool city skyline, like it's kind of weird that this one's like so much bigger than the others because I'm assuming these aren't skyscrapers, and I don't even know if this is a skyscraper. I don't know. Looks kind of weird to me. I don't know if this is all like it's like wheat. Why is it this color? I don't know. But okay, let's continue. Okay, my name is Carter Granholm. I have lived in Pharaoh City for 12 years, ever since my parents moved us here in hopes of finding the grand opportunities promised. My parents were murdered several years ago. It was declared a mugging, and the perpetrator, suspected to be a gang member, was never caught. Okay, okay. Okay, it's well, we need the tragic backstory. I I wonder what the percentage of superheroes with the murdered parents are. But okay. I can't take it personally, of course, since not a day goes by in Pharaoh City where someone isn't murdered or kidnapped or not monetized, I'll just say it, or raped. um Thinking that Chicago has better statistics than that, but okay. Uh Maybe not though. Well, I'm not gonna look at the crime rate statistics right now. Okay, it's the police I mostly feel sorry for. Most of the citizens have lost hope in them to solve their problems. I sometimes wonder if the cops have lost faith in themselves too, considering the circumstances. The city feels like it's cast in perpetual twilight, always light flowing in around me, but always a darkness tainting it somehow. I don't think I've really seen the sun in years. And why did you like show it as like a really sunny day? Like no, sorry. Yeah, it looks like a nice sunny day. maybe you should have put like a haze or something. You know, like Los Angeles always has like this depressing haze in it. You could have done like a Los Angeles depressing haze. But okay. My first attempt at being artsy while still drawing a semi-decent picture. Sure. Most of the time you won't see the yellow lines that separate the sides of a road. It's really a combination of laziness and the fact that it's hard enough to come up with scale when it comes to the streets and making sure everything's at their correct angles and parallels. Fair enough, I guess. Um, I do, I don't know. It is, I feel like there's a lot of text here. Um, this isn't like a great action shot here for like showing other than like always mildly depressed. Also, I find it funny that he's dressed like Linkara now, minus the fedora. If you let me, in case I guess in case if you don't know who he is, you might be like, "Oh, it's that guy," but you know, this guy. So he's a comics guy. But yeah, so okay, okay. I don't know why they have like a throne, like a giant throne in here, but that's interesting. My parents had actually had their hearts set that I'd become an actor. Okay, seriously, what is with the parents wanting like ridiculous ridiculous dreams for their children? What the hell is this? Okay. Um, however, circumstances didn't allow me to pursue it. Instead, I opened up my own business. It's not the most glamorous profession in the world, but it's honest. Oh no, I only own my own business. Nobody wants to do that. It's okay. Grand furniture, I guess, because grand home. So it's fair enough, I guess. Cash or credit cards only versus what? I guess checks. Was this back when checks were still kind of a thing? Like everything else looks okay. It doesn't look great, but the chair's kind of distracting. Maybe you should have made this like a couch. If it was like a couch, that might be a little bit better. Or even a table. Just erase this front part, make that a table. But okay. Sadly though, honesty doesn't pay bills. It also doesn't pay the checks for my employees or the maintenance costs for the building itself. Sales have been in decline for the past few years. In fact, this year has been so bad for sales that I've had to take drastic action to keep the business open for my employees. I wonder what type of drastic action. Let's see. Hope business is doing well, Granholm. Okay, it's like what is this showing? Is this just his sales? He only has like one, two, three, four, five sales. So 5 sales a month, I guess, but these are like decent. They're like high, like that's a amount for one purchase, and it's not like the weeks. I don't know what's going on here. It's if it was like if it was just like one of these, then it's like okay, so he sold like a kitchen set or something, not a kitchen set, like a dining set or something. But I don't know what he's trying to convey here because it seems like this would be a decent amount. Um, It'd maybe be one thing if he's like show 1 month and like him looking at a spreadsheet of oh, this is supposed to be a spreadsheet. You should have shown like cost versus like cost versus profit type thing of like this is how much I'm paying just to keep the lights on, and this is show like a negative profit. You don't even need to show actual numbers. It'd probably be better if you didn't and just like show like bar chart of like I'm bringing in this much, but I'm losing this much. But I'm losing this much because of all the expenses just to keep it open. So I think that might have been better, and that probably would have conveyed this because I don't even know how you're supposed to read this chart because there's no like title up here. I'm getting like so. Why do I care so much about the spreadsheet? I guess it's because spreadsheets is like one of my passions. So he's distracting me with a very poorly made spreadsheet. Okay, maybe I'll explain what this is supposed to be. The desk layout is actually based on the one that I have at the furniture store I work at as a stock boy. See, he's this is another reason why people say the self-insert thing. One of the things that people have commented on is the fact that I do a good job of integrating my characters into the background of a pic instead of just having a background. Mostly it's done out of my own desire to see people actually immersed in their world, and because psychologically they can sometimes look really weird if they're not involved in the action somehow. Huh? Another pic of him like actually being behind a desk and shit. I thought that was pretty basic, but okay, yeah, whatever. Uh guess it doesn't take too much. Actually, let me go back here because I think this leads to this. Okay. I'm just gonna keep on getting distracted. Okay, here we go. Hope business is doing well, Granholm. Oh, okay, I guess he repeats it, so I didn't need to go back. Hope business treats you well, Granholm. After all, you've got to pay me back by Friday. Serpent. He is a loan shark, a thief, a murderer, a rapist, and the man I owe money to. Why is this like Chad Linkara back here? Because I really don't think the green eyes are that common. So they're like Chad Linkara. Why did they just like put like a rag on her head? Is it supposed to be like two different colors? Or it's like it's not integrated in very well. But okay. But first and foremost, he's a member of the most organized gang in Pharaoh City, the Slavers. Who goes out and calls themselves that? This is so edgy. What the hell? Holy text. Why? Why is there that much text on a page? You can't see shit. Like, okay. Comics, I like when comics is a mixture of not just text. This is so much text. This is a ridiculous amount of text. You need to do like the show not tell thing, especially in comics. But you'll have let's try to read this freaking page. Okay, you'll have your damned money by then, Serpent. The slavers are exactly what their name implies. They kidnap someone in the middle of the night, usually women or young children, and sell them to the highest bidder. Usually it's sexual slavery, but there are plenty of people who use them just as cheap labor. What the hell? Like, this happens, okay? This does happen. I don't think it's generally as overt as this, unless if you're in like a third world country. But okay. I, I do people not have guns in Minnesota? Can they not like you think that they just have like make sure that they're like well stocked. They got like the AR. They're ready. Ready and willing to go, you know? Because personally, I'd want to go out with a fight. If I die, then I'd kind of prefer that to this. I prefer dying to this. But okay. Their organization is almost uncanny in its strength. The few who manage to escape the slavery itself generally end up dead, tracked down by the slaver gangs, and used as examples to anyone who should try to oppose them. Like, why is this like Mad Max, like crazy world? They don't sell their slaves cheap, usually. So even if someone were to talk to the police, the benefactor of the slaves either hire someone or kill them or use expensive, skillful lawyers to protect the slavers in court. I don't think even corrupt lawyers can do like that much. I don't know, because keep in mind, this isn't like a country. This is like a city in a state in the United States. So if this one city is corrupt, then you think generally the state police would maybe get involved. And if the state police does not get involved, then the federal police would get involved. Like, I don't have like the highest of faith in the government, but I feel like this isn't that realistic. Like, I know that there's probably a lot of bad stuff that goes under the government because of like money and stuff. I mean, like Epstein and all that type of stuff. And I wouldn't be surprised if politicians were using their services somewhat like this, maybe not as overt. But I, I feel like this is a little unrealistic and just how blatantly obvious it is. There needs to be like some type of cover. But okay. Police rarely even try to hunt them down anymore, since family members of the officers then get kidnapped and used by the lieutenants and leaders of the gang. What the hell? If they have no family, the officers themselves are either taken or killed. Okay. I guess don't have a family if you're a cop in this universe. I look at this girl and try to avoid thinking about what these people have done to her. I try not to think about the fact that she probably has a family that can't find her. I try not to think about any of these things. As a result, all I can think is that she's older than what Serpent usually prefers. Okay, so we're also going with children. Yay! Edge Lord Peak. Okay. I feel like you could have made this like a different page and you could probably imply this with not like I don't like show like gory details or anything, but I feel like you can imply this with like shadows and stuff. I feel like I've actually seen stuff like this happen in X-23 stories because the you don't know she has a lot of these types of themes um in her stories because of what happened when she escaped because technically her first appearance had her as a child prostitute um so it's kind of weird because she originally actually was made kind of like Harley Quinn. She was made for a TV show first. So she first showed up on like a children's cartoon called X-Men Evolution, where she was voiced by the same person who voices Pinkie Pie and Fluttershy. So she's running around and yelling at Wolverine, and it just sounds like angry Pinkie Pie, and it's so funny to me. She doesn't really talk too much in that episode, which might be for the best. They changed her voice actor in the next appearance, unfortunately. I wanted to see more angry Pinkie Pie. So, but it was kind of weird having her come from a children's episode to a mature rated comic is her first appearance in the comics. But yeah, I'm sorry if I go off on various tangents here, but I guess the longer that I go, maybe some people will trickle in at some point. So I'm not just talking to myself. I hope that if anyone does rewatch this, though, I hope that you're enjoying it. Let me know if you'd like to see me go over any other web comics. Okay, and thus the introduction of the first villains our hero must contend with. Their criminal nature is of a more mature status, and this was for two reasons. I'm not sure if it's okay. The first would be spoiling you, so I'll reveal when we get into it. Oh no, I am. We'll see. if it's, I'm nervous now. Okay, the second reason is the majority of comic books don't cover the subject matter of human slavery, whether it's in the form of cheap labor, forced prostitution, religious oppression, or other forms of tyranny that involve treating people as possessions or forcing people to adhere to something they don't believe in. I feel like a bunch of comics cover that. Again, it might just be biased because like I've read like all the X-23 stuff because I'm like obsessed with it, which is somewhat unfortunate that Marvel remember that she existed because now they give her to like subpar writers and shit. So I haven't read a lot of the like current stuff just because I'm scared too. But let's see here. I I feel like it might have not been a good idea to come out with this like on the ground running. You might want to like build up to this because taking on something this mature makes you kind of look immature almost because of just like so in your face it is. It's kind of over the top. And I guess I thought that he was younger when he made this than 19. Um, I mean, I'm not a good writer myself. I do like stuff in my off time because um I had a high school teacher who said like generally you should always like just have a novel that you're writing on your own just for funsies, so to be creative. So I kind of do that with like D&D type stuff. But I feel like I wouldn't take this on because that's just like asking to get into some hot water. You might want to build up to that. But then again, I guess this isn't his first writing venture. There's also Angel Armor, which I believe also had quote unquote mature themes. So interesting. Okay. Although there was little proof of it. It was suspected that a member of the slavers was responsible for murdering my parents. Because of course. Um, why did your parents move to a place that had a known gang called the Slavers? But okay. Good to hear. After all, you certainly want any of your employees to become acquainted with my organization, would you? Okay. I guess this is supposed to be when they killed his parents. Okay. Like I'm saying, like this type of shadow thing when they were talking about the girl. That probably would have been better if like oh bad thing or scary background and then like sad parents. Mainly just focus on the sad parents should probably be enough. Okay, you don't have to remind me, Serpent. I said you'll get your money and you will. Well then I'll leave you to it, Granholm. Still, if you should decide not to pay, that one woman who works here on Wednesdays would be an excellent addition to my harem. I'm sorry, I can't take this serious. It's so over the top. Okay. Okay. Still experimenting with a few stylistic things here. I originally was going to draw the gunman in full, but I figured the demonic imagery would work better. That, and I really can't draw the guns that well. As for the experimentation thing, it's very evident with the mouth black and seeing teeth that would change later to just whiteness. For some reason, it just looks better that way. Oh, okay. Well, I guess here's his powers, and seeing him glowing a bit. He's charging up, becoming a glowy. Could they see this? Like, are they gone? I don't know, whatever. Okay, and we got more text. Oh boy, a lot of text. When I was 7 years old, a family picture was taken. My parents got mad because my part of the picture had an unusual white glow around it. We didn't take a lot of pictures in my family, but any that featured me always had a strange glow around me. Okay, I guess we're just getting his origin more here. Few years later, I learned that I could look at light and change its direction, focus it even, into beams that could burn anything it touched. After some practice, I learned how to change how powerful the beams were. I even learned how to create the light on my own without an external light source. Okay, you need a. This is another one where I feel like you could have made this like a different page and like shown like little him messing with powers. I feel like that would be a lot more visually interesting than this. And you could space out the text so it's not just like text, so much text, you know? But the thing that really creeped me out was when I figured out how to make the light solid. I couldn't create something alive, of course, but the ability to create a glowing object out of thin air was weird to a little kid. The constructs didn't last long before they fell apart, usually depending on the size of the object. I kept it from my parents, of course, since I was afraid they'd think I was a freak. I, okay. I feel like unless if your parents are douchebags, I feel like they'd probably support you, but okay. Except if they had known, maybe I would have been there with them, but they needed me. Maybe I could have saved them from what fate had in store for them. I guess this is like flashback land. Maybe you could have had like little him, like crouching on the ground, you know, like that shot of Batman, do a little homage. But yeah, no, I feel like this needs to be broken up into different pages. So it's not like so text heavy and definitely make it more visually appealing than just him staring at it. What's going on with his hand? Does he have 6 fingers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. I think he gained a finger. Maybe he gained more. There might be a seventh one in there. Oh well. Maybe he just made another finger for himself out of the light for some reason. So I guess he's a version of the lime. Or I guess I should say Green Lantern. There's a really stupid version of Green Lantern in another universe called the Lime. Um, it's from this kind of messed up book called The Pro. It's very funny. It's very raunchy. Um, I always had to like hide that one from my parents because I didn't want them to know. Like I was an adult when I was reading it, but I still just felt bad because I felt guilty whenever I was reading it. It was pretty funny though. The art is fantastic. But yeah, so I guess he's Green Lantern or White Lantern, which This might have been before White Lanterns were a thing. I don't know. Okay. Oh, okay. Dude, stop with the text. Why? Stop with the text. This is a bit much. Okay. However, it wouldn't have made a difference anyway. My parents would have hated me for life if I had saved their lives like that. What? They were both devout pacifists, thinking that no problem could be solved through violence. That thought that if only they thought that if only people approached one another with an open hand instead of a closed fist, everyone would make friends instead of enemies. Uh okay, so your parents weren't very realistic. Uh were were they Quakers or something? I'm trying to think about who else is like super pacifist other than like Quakers. And I don't even know if Quakers are a thing anymore. Um could you not like make like a shield? Would they get mad at you for like making a shield? Like if you just made like a do like a like Violet and the Incredibles, make like a hamster ball shield and just get away that way. I don't think they'd be mad at you for that. You just don't seem very creative with your powers, I guess. Okay. And in the end, their philosophy got them killed. As I stood over I don't know if that's necessarily true, unless it's I mean, even if you have a gun doesn't necessarily mean that you'll be good at using it. I don't know. And in the end, their philosophy got them killed, or unless if they were just going up to someone getting mugging somebody, and it's like, oh, stop that, and then they got shot. That would be like, I guess, their philosophy getting them killed. But this just seems, I don't know if their philosophy got them killed, but whatever. As I stood over their deathbeds, I vowed to stay true to pacifism. However, to pray, hope, and to try to oppose violence in any and all situations is why I've never hit the slavers for their threats against the people I care about. Why I've had trouble to ignore all the horrible things they do and display to the world. Can't you, like, just sabotage them? You don't have to do violence. You can just do sabotage. That could actually be fun if you're just more indirect. Almost like you're basically playing the rogue type, the rogue class, and just going and like messing with their shit. Just go and like make keys and unlock the slaver cages because I'm pretty sure they just look like the most stereotypical cages imaginable. So why don't you just do that and just like keep them safe with like shields and shit? I don't know. It doesn't mean I don't still get angry though. My powers seem to spark whenever I get mad. Okay. I need to be careful, though, to ensure that I don't let anyone see them, particularly the slavers. If they saw what I could do, they'd kidnap one of my employees, try to force me to do things for them. How do you know that? Like, I don't know. Because you're just glowing. I don't, it's not, unless you make something, I don't think they'd see you being that useful. I think they'd think it was weird. Maybe I mean, they're a gang. They might just be on drugs and just think that they're just saying things. I don't know. Okay, but the worst part is that if they ever did try to do something like that, they wouldn't be able to force me to do anything for them, because instead I don't want to think about what I do to them. Okay, so, don't come to school because you're cool type thing? Is that what you're saying? You're just gonna be like the quiet kid snaps? The simplest and subsequently worst looking page so far in terms of my artwork. Um, I disagree actually. I think it's fine because it's simple because it's not like distracting giant chair in the background. For some reason, profile shots of characters just look fugly, and I'm working on getting better at it. Looks fine, I guess. Like his shoes aren't as messed up as when he first was walking down the street. He had really weird shoes. Let me show you the weird shoes. I didn't point them out at the time. Oh, I guess we've actually gotten to see. Look at those shoes. But I guess he's like walking like a ballerina, and these are like ballerina shoes because he's just like on his tippy toes, and he's just like tippy toeing to his workplace, which is that's a decision. Have you seen those toes, the ballerina toes? They get all messed up because of how painful that is, and it like messes up their feet. Okay. When I originally conceived of Lightbringer, I hadn't thought of the pacifism angle. The original motivation was just simple cowardness or lack of will. Eventually, there would be so many things eating at him that he'd have to take action. However, I think the pacifism works a lot better for two reasons. So far, I disagree, but let's see what your argument is. One, it provides possible drama later on for the fact that he has to go against what his parents taught him. The second reason will be explained later. Okay. Again, you don't need to be outwardly violent to be a hero. I want to say that Pepper Potts in the comics has like an Iron Man suit that's called Rescue, and it only has like defensive capabilities and no offensive capabilities. So you can be a hero even without being outright offense. Like I think there's also like I haven't watched like too much of My Hero Academia, but isn't there like a category just for like rescuing? Like you don't necessarily need to do violence to be a superhero, so I don't really see what the problem is. But whatever. Help! Somebody help me! Shut your effing mouth! I'm assuming, or I'm assuming. I don't know why I blocked it out, but okay. Please, I need help from Pink Lady here, who is also on her tippy toes. Or is she being lifted? I think she's on her tippy toes. She's asserting dominance on her tippy toes. Sorry. I ran as quickly as I could. I'm sure. Okay. Okay. I ran as quickly as I could after I saw it. I was almost hyperventilating as I tried to push out the screams for help from my mind. No matter how far I ran, they were always there, scratching at the back of my thoughts and overwhelming my reason and sanity. Damn it, why do I have these abilities? I never wanted them, and I sure as hell can't do anything useful with them. I ran as quickly as I could. I thought you already said that. Yeah, that's kind of redundant. Okay, I ran as quickly as I could back to my apartment. Gasped for breath during the entire run. Yeah, no, you were talking about hyperventilating before too, so why are we... This feels really redundant, this whole paragraph. My body ached. It wasn't used to sudden jolts like this. So I guess Lightbringer's kind of out of shape. But I knew I had to get out of the streets. Get away from the screams. Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry, Carter. Just get away from the screams. You'll feel better. Oh, God. But as I ran from the woman and her screams. Okay, this is so redundant. So much of this is redundant. A new voice entered my mind. The voice was of my mother, telling me how one should never fight evil with violence, since it only fueled the violence and made it stronger. Okay, why did their mom's voice come into your mind just then? I thought it was like, shouldn't it be first, and that's why you're running away? Because you're like, oh, you should be all like glowy. It's like, oh, I want to fight them, but my mom said no, and then I'm gonna run away from a woman screaming because pacifism. And I can't just put like a shield around her or something, I guess. Or like give her like a wall in between them and then like give her a ladder or something so that she can escape. No, I can only punch the dude. Dude, you have no imagination. Guess you don't make the furniture yourself. You probably just buy it. Okay. As I ran, it seemed as though the rest of the city had been emptied, so as to allow me to get back home as quickly as I could. I can't remember seeing a single car or person as I fled from my own conscience. I'm pretty sure he did that just to make it easier to draw, but okay. I don't even remember going into my apartment. My mind was completely out of focus, and I couldn't take it anymore. Another exterior shot with a lack of cars or people due to my crappy drawing talents. It's nice when I can explain it away in dialogue, though, isn't it? I thought this is like a huge city that is somehow run by like this crime thing that is very overt with being evil called the Slavers. I don't know if I believe that. You think that there'd be like a homelessness problem if there was like the garbage fires before. I don't know. Why does he look like kind of like the Scott Cawthon thing from doesn't it look like his logo a little bit? Come and go. Okay. Holy shit. Just oh my gosh, dude. I really hope that not all of it's just gonna be this text and just text. Text. Okay. I try to throw up to release the stress I'm feeling. I don't know how that would help, but okay. But nothing's happening. Nothing feels straight anymore. Nothing's clear, and everything's tilted slightly. The world isn't right. The face in the mirror has no comfort to offer me. All I see is the man who could have done something but did nothing. I mean, you could have also called the cops. You could have just said, "Hey, dude, stop it," and then like maybe could have like given her a sec. Like you didn't have to use your powers. There's multiple things that you could have done here without your powers. Even like make a loud noise. Do you ever have like pepper spray in this city? It sounds like that would be like the bare minimum of what you carry with like the slavers. Oh well. Is this the face of a coward? Yes. The true face that I tried to hide behind a face of detached angst. Okay. Okay, emo boy. No, it's not cowardice. Are you sure? I understand now. May God help me. Looking at this face and thinking of everything that has happened to me, happened to my city. I can see it all so clearly now. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry, but you were wrong. You were completely and utterly wrong. One cannot stop evil with pacifism. Evil doesn't feed on violence. Well, it kind of does, actually, though. It feeds on indifference. It also does that. Evil feeds on pacifism, not necessarily. It feeds on people not doing anything to stop it. Fair enough, I guess. And when people do nothing, evil is allowed to continue its business. A person must not bow to evil, nor can he allow himself to not fight back. I mean, there's different ways to fight back. You don't need to necessarily be super overt about it, but I don't know. Okay, let's see what we got. Here's the second reason I was referring to earlier. I truly believe that pacifism doesn't work to stop evil. Okay, then why did you have this whole pacifism thing? I don't think that it really gives that much conflict. I feel like if it was just cowardness, it wouldn't make more sense. Other than you have pacifist parents in 2006, which I don't know how often there are like true pacifists out there. It's just like can literally do like no type of violence. But okay. Now, that doesn't mean I support violence in every situation where there's a perceived evil. For instance, violence was not going to remove the British Empire from India. Violence was not going to force equal rights for blacks. You know, I agree with that, yeah. However, against people like Saddam Hussein, or in this case, the criminal elements of Pharaoh City, pacifism will give a person nothing but a bullet through the heart, or as with Carter here, extortion, blackmail, and fear. Pacifism only gives evil a free ride to continue engaging in its practice without anyone to oppose it. It's really the basis for all superhero comics if you think about it. That violence can be employed to solve problems. I mean, that's why we have like the military and stuff, I guess. As in, it's not ideal, like a perfect world. Nah, but we're in like a fallen, messed up world. So might is not right, but as King Arthur said in The Once and Future King, why can't you harness might so that it works for right? I know it sounds nonsense, but I mean, you can't just say there is no such thing. The might is there in the bad half of people, and you can't neglect it. You can't cut it out, but you might be able to direct it, if you see what I mean, so that it was something useful instead of bad. Might for right, baby. Okay. If I remember correctly, I want to say that Lewis is also like obsessed with King Arthur because of like a musical. I want to say that I remember this being a thing. And that's why he chose the character that he did for Suburban Nights, which is the second Channel Awesome movie. I actually really like that one. Looking back, little me might have had like somewhat shitty taste, but that was my favorite one. Boldly Plea is just trash though. Okay. I have in my hands the power to change Pharaoh City, and I will change it. I don't know where I got these abilities. Maybe my parents used to live by a chemical plant. Maybe aliens altered my DNA as a precursor to invasion. Or maybe God decided that human beings needed a new weapon in the fight against evil and decided I would be that weapon. Regardless of the reason, I have these abilities and I will use them. My beautiful city is not that beautiful. Now you said it was like a trash hole. My beautiful city is in the hands of the monsters, and I will not let them keep it. I know what I have to do, what I will do. Okay, there we go. My name is Carter Granholm. I live in Pharaoh City. Pharaoh City has been. It's just so like a space. Sorry. I know. I know art's not instructive. Just look at this face. Sorry. Okay. Pharaoh City has been corrupted. Evil has taken hold of it. Criminals no longer feel conducting their business in the light. But this is nighttime. Shouldn't you have made this like daytime if you're gonna say that? Oh well. I will make them afraid of it again. When I originally inked this one, it didn't turn out as dark. However, the more I looked at it, the more I realized that since it was night and all, it should be much darker. In retrospect, I probably made it too dark, but it nicely contrasts with the light to come. Um, I think it's more it shouldn't have been dark because of the whole criminals no longer can fear conducting their business in the light, because then having it all dark, I feel is doesn't really help your point. I don't know. That just might be too picky of me. I will say this though. I like the idea of if he can mess with light. I like the idea of him changing his hair color because I think that's a cool thing. And '60s Batman, the Adam West one, that one I watched a lot of that. That was me and my dad's like one of our favorite things to do. Um, was we watched the old '60s Batman. And that one, they have like the worst version of Batgirl. Maybe not the worst. Been some modern ones that I think are worse. But it was a very bad version of Batgirl. But I did appreciate that she wore a wig for with a different color. I think it was partially just because like the actress had like a different hair color. But they still wanted her to Barbara Gordon to be a redhead kind of, or at least the Batgirl form. So I did like, okay, at least she's hiding her identity better than most. Because, hair is important. Hair that can make you very recognizable. So I like the idea of changing the hair color. I think that's clever. Okay. Oh my gosh, his face. Okay. What is this? Oh god, what is happening here? Okay. This is their city no longer. Pow! Thump! Fazoo! Fazoo? Fazoo? I think. This makes me think of '60s Batman. Okay. Although they can stand in day, evil will cower in the fear of my light. But they're standing at night. This is night. I don't know. This feels pedantic, but it feels weird that he was talking about like doing things in the daytime when this is the night. Wow, an action sequence finally. I guess. Is that a foot? I guess it's a foot, a punch, and the beams. Where's this beam coming from? It's coming from like above, or that doesn't. The angle of this looks weird. I don't know what's going on. Okay, this was my first attempt at really demonstrating Lightbringer's powers and showing him hitting something. I bet you all got sick and tired of seeing women get assaulted or harassed without someone doing something about it, right? I also considered not doing sound effects with this comic. Give it a real Watchmen or For the Man Who Has Everything feel. But then, sound still exists in the real world, doesn't it? I guess, but um, I haven't read this For the Man Who Has Everything. I have read Watchmen. I will say it feels a lot more grounded without sound effects, I guess. Or at least like as big sound effects. I don't know. I guess I could see the argument either way. Okay. Oh, it's not done yet. Okay. Don't worry about him. He'll be fine. Although he certainly he certainly doesn't deserve to be. Okay. Uh, this is interesting. It's all right now. Step out of the darkness. Okay, that's not too bad of an idea. We just need some better art, I guess. There's supposed to be smoke coming from his chest. Oh, okay. By the way, this is also meant to indicate the Lightbringer can control himself and won't be a killer. Sorry, Manhunter fans. I don't like people who are supposed to be superheroes and yet still kill people. That's the game of the villain, not the person I'm supposed to root for. Also, the top page really has the two look like chibis, doesn't it? I wouldn't say chibi. It's not chibi, because chibi has like big heads and little bodies. It's just like weirdly proportioned. On another note, right around this time, Paint Shop Pro decided that its text function didn't want to work anymore. It crashes the program whenever I click it. So now I'm making the text in Photoshop. It takes me a few pages after this to get a new size for the text and adjustment and whatnot. Okay. Okay. Have we obviously I don't 100% agree with the superheroes can't kill people thing. Because I do feel like there's some villains where it's probably safer to kill them. It might just be because I like Wolverine and X-23, and generally they do kill people. But and I feel like that's realistic in terms of like military and stuff like that too. Okay, we finally got to it. Okay, and into the light. Okay, let me say the other thing. It's all right now. Step out of the darkness and into the light. Okay, this isn't like a terrible idea. I feel like again, the idea of it isn't bad. I do find it funny that this kind of reminds me of his top the fourth wall like animation towards the end of his videos. So he's kind of funny. And this pencils inking and coloring by Ted Sage. This is what he was saying with the. Oh yeah, I can get rid of this now. With the pseudonyms, where this is just him. He just did it. I think it would have probably been better just to say it's all him. Otherwise, it's like, bro, you need to. Ted Sage needs to get out of here. But but yeah. Okay. Let's make sure this is actually okay. Yeah, that was the first issue. Um, it looks like these were posted over multiple days though, but I guess he was just trying to emulate the feeling of of like an actual like paper issue. But so that's kind of something there. It looks like based on this, it seems like they originally posted on Wednesday, which if you don't know, Wednesday is New Comic Book Day. But looks like he was doing it one time. So maybe he changed the scheduling later to be maybe because yeah, I don't know why it's like one page at a time if you want to do it like issues. Because I feel like it should just be all at once if you're gonna do it like issues. And then it should just be like big gap, you drop all of it, big gap, you drop all of it. Just once a month you drop it. But I because otherwise it feels kind of disjointed-ish. Because it's clear that that's not the whole bit that you're supposed to read. But I'll say for the first issue, the biggest issue is all the text. There's a lot of too much telling, not enough showing. That's pretty obvious. Um, I think the pacifism thing is kind of forced, and obviously the slavers are way too edgy for their own good. Um, I'm not sure about the inciting incident, just because it sounds like that probably is stuff like that has happened before, and he's already had like his employees threatened, versus just seeing like some random girl. But I guess seeing like violence in person, maybe he hasn't seen that before. I don't know. Um, I guess I might as well just keep on going to the next one. So here's our next cover. I think this. I don't know if this looks better or worse because like the perspective's kind of weird. Um, I mean, it's just a flying shot. Doesn't seem like too bad. I haven't addressed the name yet of where that came from, just because I think he talks about it later. Because I did read some of this a few years ago, but I forgot most of it. Oh boy, oh boy. They those are faces. Those are Why is there a pirate? Why is the pirate talking about this? Yeah, interesting. Uh, came swooping down from the top of the building, his eyes glowing. His head, his hand shot out two beams of light down at the muggers, saving my wife and I. Feel like that's like very, I don't know, I feel like a normal person would say this differently, but okay. Was like an angel. All he asked from me was to use my phone so he could call the police and let them know where the guy was after he had knocked him out. I feel like this is like kind of run on sentencey. He even was nice enough to escort me back home. Reports allegations of misconduct. Speculations abound surrounding new. Oh, there's a little thing there. From one end of Pharaoh's city to another, people are talking about him. The question on everyone's lips, of course, who is Lightbringer? Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna get some more gamer subs. Give me a sec. Ah, taste is growing on me. I'm generally not a blue drink fan, but this is actually pretty good. The ads weren't lying about no chalky aftertaste, so that's nice. Okay, I'm the luckiest guy alive. I mean it. Who else can say they're the world's first superhero? It sounds like a lot of people in your world might have beat you to it, but whatever. No one, that's who. Okay, the cape can get in the way sometimes, and flight takes a lot of concentration, but who cares? I'm cleaning up Pharaoh City, and I'm doing a damn good job of it too. How does light let you fly? I mean, maybe I'll talk about that. I don't know. I feel like that one's kind of a stretch, unless that's a different power. Tonight alone, I bagged three muggers, stopped four groups of slavers. I can't. It's every time. I guess I'm getting a little bit desensitized to the idea. Just slavers are just around. And foiled a robbery attempt across town. The best part is the fact that I've managed to do this all without seriously hurting anyone. Well, unless you count breaking a few bones as seriously hurting them. Still, I'm sure they'll get the finest medical treatment possible while they rot in their cells. Well, I thought that you said, like, people were corrupt and they had, like, the lawyers and stuff. So, why would they rot in their cells? Shouldn't they just be out on the streets again if it really is that corrupt? I don't know. Okay, that is an image. That is an image. Okay. I may not be rich enough to make a bat cave. Holy shit, I just noticed all the text. Oh, come on, dude. Okay. I may not be rich enough to make a bat cave, but I can use the warehouse that we use to keep inventory as the base of operations for my activities. Hidden in a compartment near the old Christmas trees, I've made myself a second home. I even got like this. Well, I guess it's a furniture store, so I guess it makes sense that it just has a random coat rack just for funsies. This is using one of his old coat racks. The gauntlets I made by melting down some unsold chairs from a few years ago and using some silver touch-up paint to make it silver to better match my costume. Couldn't it have just been steel-ish type? Because you're not melting down like wood. It's already metal. So that big of a difference? I feel like the spray paint would make it look tacky. Oh well, the purpose of the gauntlets, other than aesthetic reasons, is to give the impression that my light controlling powers come from the gauntlets, and not from my own, well, whatever it is that it really comes from. I don't know if anyone really thinks that. You need to make it look more techno if you want that to be the case. I don't think anyone's really thinking about where your powers are coming from. What is going on here? Is this part of the costume? What's going... Where is the body? Okay, I guess this is the arm here, and this... Okay, that looked weird for a second. That made him look like he had like a Superman body type thing, but I don't think that's what he's going for. Okay, the cape and costume design were mine, but I admit I took some inspiration outside of my own little life. When I was young, my parents tried to keep me away from comic books, thinking they promised violence as a method of solving problems. Still, I read them in secret. Again, I feel like you can kind of show this and at least break up the text and show it against multiple stuff. Like, I still think that you're still saying you're just probably still doing too much text. But if you could at least break it up, it wouldn't be as like Kind of tiring to read through. The costume is actually inspired by, of course, all things, a supervillain. But I think the look works for a guy in my position. The mask is my own invention, though. Based on the lenses of sunglasses, they hide my eyes from detection while letting me see perfectly. Okay, that's fair enough. That's not a bad idea. And frankly, I need the sunglasses angle. Anyway, I may be able to use light, however way I want, but my eyes are still susceptible to the brightness. The sunglasses take the brightness away. Okay, interesting. I don't know what he's saying. The costume is inspired by a supervillain, unless if he's talking about Doctor Light. Could be Doctor Light. I mean, I guess there's like a chick version too. She a villain? She a villain too? Seems like this might be the one that he's talking about. Hmm. Let me see. Ah, uh, okay. She is. Uh, she. I mean, looks more like her. Um, it looks like she's a superhero. Oh wait. Uh, maybe she was right after. But whatever. I didn't know that there was a girl, Dr. Light. But I'm assuming that's the one that he's referencing. I don't know who else it would really be. But okay, whatever. Um, I was gonna talk about the name that it sounds like Satan, because I believe Lucifer means Lightbringer. So thought that's what he was gonna talk about. um, I think he does that at a different point, maybe, because I vaguely remember that being a thing. It's the hair that I'm really proud of, though. It's just a generic touch-up paint for furniture designed to lighten it up a bit. Oh, it's not even like messing with the light. You put paint in your hair? How do you wash that out every time? What? Water won't remove it, but if I add one or two shampoos, I can get it out with ease. Okay, but that'll. Okay, I take away that my this is cool because if you need to like switch quickly, you can't switch quickly. You can get caught decently easy though. I'm also getting a lot of press thanks to my recent escapades. Few people have tried to take my picture, but whatever powers me somehow removes any features from photographs, digital or otherwise. Okay. Lightens furniture and just can't read that. Why would you use a furniture thing instead of just hair dye if you're gonna just do like the kid one if that's like for Halloween type touch up stuff? I don't I don't get it. Why does it have to be all furniture related? I feel like that would mess up your hair. Originally, the text for this one was too small. Now it's updated with better text. Wait, why did I even bother leaving the note? Yeah. Um, I feel like the problem is just that you have so much text. You should have broke this up into multiple pages. I guess it's all just telling, no showing. I guess there's kind of like some things to show, but I don't know. I feel like you should have probably showed the villain that you were talking about. Maybe like have him like showing like with the comic in the background showing the villain that you're talking about. Because people might not be familiar with it and just be like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, I'm just trying to guess who you're talking about. But yeah. Okay. Let's just continue. I want to make this perfectly clear to everyone. Officially, we abhor the activities of any vigilante in the city and are actively trying to locate this Lightbringer. Unofficially. Well, unofficially, this guy has brought in more perps in 3 nights than we have in a month. Wow, you guys really suck. Uh, how do you suck that bad? If you encounter him, try to learn as much as you can, but otherwise stay out of his way. If we need to bring him in, I want to know as much as I can about him first. Okay, that's fair, I guess. And if you do run into him, for the love of God, be careful. We don't know how he does it, but those lights of his can burn you real badly. He's he stumbled onto Stop talking about rape. Okay. Stumbled onto a rape that was occurring and gave the rapist second-degree burns on his back. God knows what else he's capable of. I was thinking of the burns being on a different part of his body, for, you know, whatever. If this guy is some comic book hero fetishist or something, he may try to contact one of you. Hope to get the police on his side. If anyone is contacted by him, let me know immediately. I'm not putting any of you in danger without putting myself in it first. Does that comment need to be there? I don't know. In the meantime, get back to work. Lightbringer may patrol the night, but we work 24/7. So he only works at night, and he was talking about people doing crime in the light of day? I still think that doesn't make sense to talk about that if he's gonna work at night. So it's stupid and pedantic, but I swear. But yeah. So we got Officer Gordon over here. Okay. Lieutenant Gordon? Whatever. Batman Man is his cop buddy. Batman's cop buddy. Is where we're going with that. When I originally conceived this page, there were going to be other police officers in the shot. That would make sense, including a detective who would become Lightbringer's contact. However, thanks to my ever-valiant efforts to integrate characters into a background, that didn't pan out. As such, that's why Chief Crane's head doesn't show up in the first panel. The focus was meant to be on the detective I was going to draw. Go figure. On another note, this page was my first attempt at shading. I thought it turned out fairly well, but frankly, it was far too time consuming, especially when I want to get the comic on a twice per week basis. Okay. I think he might also be doing tippy toe dominance over here. I don't know why I got the sniffles. Didn't have them earlier today. Okay. Again, nothing really interesting visually here. There's a lot of text. It's just all this text from one character. It's a lot of text. Okay. Yeah, easy for me to say we work 24/7. If the work we did was actually doing something, the Lightbringer guy wouldn't be here. Is he going? I guess he went into a different room? Because otherwise it just looks like he's just still talking in front of the other group that we couldn't see. So I feel like there needed to be more clear of a transition, maybe. I just wish I had some way of knowing he was on the level or not. Hey, what's that on my desk? I'd like to a meeting. I'd like to a meeting. To eight, the roof, police HQ, mid, come alone, light. Hey. Okay. This is interesting. Okay, decided to put up this little piece of fan art I made in commemoration of the final issue of Infinite Crisis being released today. As such, allow me to link and copyright all these characters of the world's multiverse's finest of webcomic superheroes. Okay, so these are not all his, because he said that he only wanted to do one at a time. So, Mechagical Girl, Lisa Ant. If it's an ant, is it this one or is it this one? Or are they both of them? Dyson? Mind Mistress. Creep. Doc Hyperion. Unnamed superhero from Cold Servings. Green Avenger. Okay, I have no idea who's who. You maybe should have explained that or something. But yeah, don't know what's going on here. Other than this is, I guess, Lewis's fan art of his character with a bunch of other characters because of because of an event going on at the time at DC. Because he's more of a DC guy. He doesn't really talk about Marvel as much. Lots of people just request him to. I think he mainly just reads DC stuff. Okay. Oh, it's a stick. Oh God, her eyes are soulless. Soulless eyes right there. Okay. Business has been slow lately, so I haven't exactly had a problem with my employees relaxing a bit while on the job. I'm sometimes simply amazed at how people can lead ordinary lives, and even in the face of all the crime that happens in this city. Still, I suppose it's only natural that not everything's so bad for everyone. There are 8 million people living in Pharaoh City, and they can't all have it as bad as I did, could they? Hmm, I guess. It's so romantic. Think of it. Right now, there's some urban knight selflessly working to fight all the crime in the city. I simply adore it. I don't think she knows what the romantic movement is. Let me let me see if I know what the romantic movement is. Let me romantic genre, romantic literature. There we go. Yeah, romanticism. Uh, Romanticism can be seen as a rejection of the precepts of order, calm, harmony, balance, idealization, and rationality. Okay. Okay. Romanticism emphasized the individual, the subjective, the irrational, the imaginative, the personal, the spontaneous, the emotional, the visionary, and the transcendental. Yeah, it's about beauty of nature, emotion over reason, geniuses. Okay, exceptional figures. So I guess exceptional figures might count with them. I really don't think that she's using that right. Other than like, yeah. I really don't think that she's using that right. Okay, I've just got to ask myself, if he's got the time to learn sewing, put together a costume, and then start fighting crime in it, why is this guy not in fashion design? If it's what I do, if I could do all that, you're assuming he didn't already know how to sew. Maybe he's just a cosplayer, and he just had this in his closet. Michelle Allett? She worked for me for 2 years and is simply in love with the romantic period in literature. I really don't think that you're using that correctly. From what I remember from high school, she is not using that correctly. Gary Manning. He worked for me for as long as Michelle has. The guy's always got a joke ready to spring on you when you least expect it. And I guess he's just not very funny. And here's Soulless Eyed Lady. Hey, Michelle, you said you wanted to meet you here for lunch? You said you wanted to meet you here for lunch. Okay, did anyone tell you about to fix this either? Because this seems like another typo. Why is she in like a different style? Oh, or my God, it's her. Did she escape? Did someone help her? How did this happen? How can she be smiling after being attacked like that? Oh, good. Carter, this is my friend that I was telling you about. Hannah Mintz. Enjoy the mint. She'd love to work here. Yeah. Hello, Hannah. Michelle told me you want to be a stock girl. Okay, but I thought generally for stalking you want like dudes because, they need to carry heavy shit. Oh wait, no, the intro thing said that she's like has superhuman strength for some reason, right? Yep, that's me. Holy shit, she's ugly. Oh, she's so ugly. So ugly. Okay, well, I hope you don't take it in the wrong way when I say it's a little unusual to have a stock girl. No offense. But you don't seem the type to be doing heavy lifting. What, afraid I can't handle the heavy load? Well, no, that's a stone top table, right? About 100 pounds, 110. Hold this. Yeah, but why do you, okay. What is she doing? Just watch and see. Wow. So am I hired? So is she like superhumanly strong or something? I don't. Why? Why have this element? Is she gonna be like your sidekick? Oh wait, no, they said that. Okay, I don't know. Whatever. Hannah was originally meant to just appear in the one part of issue one, and then we'd never see her again. However, as I continued working on the comic, I realized that in the first issue, every woman seen was being victimized in some manner and portrayed as someone who needed saving. As such, I wanted to have a strong female character as part of the main cast. Then we see the explanation of how Hannah escaped the attacker. The full story is at the beginning of issue 3. Okay, so her escaping was an afterthought because I I saw that part, the explanation. The explanation is probably the most bullshit, dumbest shit I've ever heard as a plot device. So I guess it makes sense that it was like a last minute addition because it makes absolutely no sense. Okay, let's see here. Also, what I just should like know the weight just said like just looking at it, whatever. Um, another thing about Linkara is he's one of those male feminists. That's part of why people call him out on putting so much rape in things is because he's supposedly against it. I think he made like a whole thing on like how putting rape in stories is bad. So I think that's part of why people clown on him so much for this comic is because he specifically talked about it in like videos and stuff about how you can't use rape because rape is just a thing that happens to women and you're misusing it. Which to be fair, I don't generally like the use of it unless if you have like a specific reason to be using it. Otherwise, it just comes off as like edgelord. But I I don't see how making someone physically strong makes them a strong female character. Because personally, I think this is kind of dumb. But because what a strong female character looks like kind of depends on what you're talking about. Because you don't need to be like physically strong. You can be mostly like heart of the team, maybe even need to be rescued, and still be a strong female character. Just it depends on what you're talking about. Like I think that Zelda can be a strong female character even if when she does get kidnapped, and not just because she can use like bows and arrows and stuff. I think it's mainly more just having like moral backbone and being in charge type thing. I don't know. I feel like the strong female character thing is just in general pretty stupid, but I don't know. Let's continue on here. Smoking because he's cool. Okay. Okay, this is text. The text. Okay, that night. What am I doing here? This was probably a prank pulled by the internal affairs people. Ah, so you are here. Nice entrance. Maybe you should have had the entrance show up first, because generally you read comics like this, unless if I'm supposed to read it like this. But no, because of the way that the bubbles go, it's supposed to read it this way. So why not show us his entrance? Whatever. Uh, thanks. I like to think I have some dramatic skills. Okay, this is very. Okay, that's weird. What is happening in this? Like the bubbles are just all over the place. This looks like shit. The more that I look at it, the more it looks like shit. And it's not just because of the art. It's like the placement. The placement's way more important to me. Because again, I'm not expecting like a bunch of great art from this guy. Oh, don't thank me yet. See, I still haven't decided whether or not I should arrest you or pin a medal on your costume. Oh, why is that? Because you're a vigilante. You've already committed several assaults. Don't give me that self-defense or preventing a crime BS. You think you're the first guy who had pie in the sky dreams of taking on crime in the city with violence? 2 years ago, there was the Emerald Flame Killer. I assume you know what happened to him? Assaulting individuals who were in the process of committing a criminal act. And no, and I'm no vigilante. Strung up in front of police headquarters by the Emerald Flame Gang, if I recall say correctly. Interesting. This is just like the conversation's like all over. It's so hard to read. This shit. This is just really shit. And yes, you are a vigilante by definition. So- Oh, Okay. So it's supposed to be read like this, not like this. It's supposed to be, as you're a vigilante, you've already committed several assaults on individuals who are in the process of committing a criminal act, and I'm no vigilante. Don't give me that self-defense or preventing a crime BS. You think you're the first guy who find okay. So this should probably should have been lower, but I guess because of like all the text bubbles, you needed somewhere to put him. But this needed. Oh God, this is shit. Okay, okay, more bubble, more trying to decipher how to read these bubbles. Okay, I'm not even going to talk about the art. Let's just. Where are they? They're on top of a roof, right? So I guess this is the other roof, and so it feels like this is too close. This looks like they're across the street, not like there's a difference in elevation. I don't know, but whatever. He's not an artist. It's mainly the writing, and with bubbles, you can do placement. You don't need to be a graded art to do like some basic placement to be able to read this. I think I feel justified in pointing out the bubbles are shit. Okay, exactly. So how do I know you're not some killer who's going to be dead on my doorstep in a week? I'm not going to kill anyone. Oh, sure, you say that now, but give it time. See some of this. Semir? Is that a word? Semir? Semir. Sword or disreputable. Okay, that actually is a. Okay. That actually is a word. Okay. Criminals Pharaohs has to offer, and then tell me you won't kill them. What would I have to do to prove I'm not some psychotic vigilante out for blood, but fully committed to really fixing the city? I mean, you can still be a vigilante without. I think you're being a vigilante, but whatever. All right, you want to prove that you are a real superhero, which are generally vigilantes. The kind that save the day and really make a difference. Yes. Take down the slavers. Okay, I really am getting jaded to how stupid this freaking slavers are. I want their base of operations, their associates, their clients. I want their organization so hurt that they will never be able to recover. So shouldn't he like kill them all if you never want them to recover? Because then people also won't like do it again. I thought you said that you whatever. I guess you should probably specify with no violence or like without killing anybody, because he can do that by the killing people too. Whatever. Great. Take down the slavers. Thanks for the general statement of what I have to do. I have no idea where their leaders are or even where slavers operate out of. Can you just like do some patrols and follow them out and figure out where they're going? I mean, where do I even start to look? The slavers take extraordinary care to make sure people can't find them. I thought that they were like super public about how they were operating. And you have to know where they sell people, right? Because otherwise people wouldn't be buying them. I don't know. Serpent started, the cops probably at least know that, even if they can't shut him down. When Serpent started to loan money to me, he sought me out, somehow knowing already that I needed money. I don't know. Maybe I should just go back to the store and work on the schedule for next week. I need to add Hannah to the, hey, who's down there? 30% off? Quicker. Why are there, like, no windows? Is that a fire hazard? Especially for, like, a furniture store. Huh. In this page, I wanted to give a new shot of Lightbringer in flight, as opposed to just floating. As time goes on, he'll lose the glow into his hands as he learns to do it without concentrating so much. Still want to know how light makes you fly, or if that's just like another power that he has. Okay. Serpent. Saints meat. Okay, of course it is. Serpent, meathead, and some crony. I had been planning to just beat the snot out of him on Friday and have the police arrest him when he came in to get the money I owed him. Evidently, he felt that I wasn't going to give back the money, so he's going to burn down my store instead. Well, it sure is lucky you're here, huh? Is that a chick? Why is a chick working for the slavers? And why is she here with, like, the rough rough them up crowd. I don't think that they're the most qualified at doing that. Unless if it's just supposed to be like a dude with a mullet. But I think it's supposed to be a chick. I don't think that chick would be really that good at the rough them up crew. I'm going to enjoy this. Okay, I guess this is supposed to be kind of evilish smile. Pow! Fazoo! Fazoo! Schlit! 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 It's like Chad looking Lewis again. Black, opening eyes, coming into focus. Wakey, wakey, serpent. I feel like I missed some text. Oh no, I already read that. Okay. So I knocked him out. Oh, wait, okay. He just gender bent. He just gender bent. Okay. What? Just gender bent and got a different artist. Interesting. Okay, so over on the Comics Genesis forums in this little thread, the idea behind it is simple. Name a character you'd like altered to the opposite gender. Behold the results. And so we had the very talented NJ from Emergency Exit drawing the female version of Lightbringer, Carmen Granholm. Subsequently, this is also the first piece of fan art Lightbringer has ever received, even if it was by request. Creepy winky face. Does that count as fan art? I don't think that counts as fan art if you have to request it, but whatever. As such, how's about some more of it from you wonderful readers so I can get a fan art page started? Heh? Come on, you know you want it. Not really. I don't know who's breaking down the door for fan art of Lightbringer. How many people were reading this back in the day for him to request fan art? I mean, that sounds like a cool part of being creator. Being a creator is getting fan art, but so I understand like the high of it, but it feels kind of weird asking for it. Okay, he did not he did not gender. It's such a weird like break in the action. Just maybe that should have been like a different section or something because it's like read comic here and then where it wouldn't be like oh gender bent and then we're back here. Okay, we're back to the story. Oh God. Can you like just cut this up and do like different angles to have them do like the speech bubbles so it's not like a weird like chart that you have to follow? Okay, whatever. Let's try this again. All right, here's how this is going to work. We are 50 feet about above Lodestar Tower, putting us roughly 950 feet up. I have some questions for you, namely where the Slavers HQ is and who their leader is. Oh God! Oh God! I would just like to note that while my abilities may move at the speed of light, I do not. Huh? Yeah. There is no leader. We just have the small. That's crap. The slavers are all about having power over other people. Whoever started it wouldn't allow control to become chaotic. Well, what I mean to say is that the general doesn't really do anything at all. My patience is wearing very thin, Serpent, just like my ability to keep you held up like that. Oh my God, what is wrong with you? Okay. So, there we go. And, okay, I kind of see what he's going for, but this just looks weird. This looks bad. This is supposed to show his motion versus his emotion, but huh. I think it's just because there's not like enough detail here, and like it's weird to see his mouth, and it seems like it's just like zoomed in on like this picture here. Well, no, it seems like he just did redraw it. I don't know. It just looks weird. What's wrong with you kidnap? I guess it's supposed to be like, oh, what's wrong with me? What's wrong with you? Type of. You kidnap women and children off the streets. You force them into a life of servitude to you or others. You extort and blackmail people. You steal from the needy and destroy the lives of innocent people through murder and rape. Ah! Okay. Flash. Boing, fazoo type. Looks like a little gray alien. Look at him. Look at him. He's kind of cute. And you ask what's wrong with me as he's choking him to death. Yes, Lightbringer really made a rubbery net of light in order to stop Serpent from dying. Yeah, can you change the consistency like that? Because I thought that I don't know if I'm not like the biggest I'm not like the biggest Green Lantern person. I don't know if they can really change like the consistency of the light. Oh well, whatever. Of course, what happens to him in the last panel doesn't really seem to make him wish to save his life. Winky face. I hate the winky face thing. It feels gross. And yes, thanks to Microsoft Word, I know that serpent is actually spelled serpent. But I have used too many pages now with spelling to change now. Chalk it up to serpent being illiterate, or me being illiterate. This is kind of ironic because one of Linkara's ongoing jokes is poor literacy is cool, spelled with like a K and an E and a W and an L. Because there was a lot of superhero names, especially in the 90s, that are just like weirdly misspelled words of common names to make it like a different superhero name or supervillain name. I think generally more supervillain. So it's funny that he did that too. I didn't know that. I was gonna say Serpent looked wrong for reading through that, but I guess that makes sense. He just he just never put it through an editor until later. Okay. Also, that's not just a random gradient background. It's Lodestar Tower, as seen from page 1 of issue 1 and the cover of issue 2. I was originally going to show a bird's eye shot of Serpent falling, but that didn't work out when I tried to draw it. Yeah, no, that probably would have looked a lot better than this. So I guess this isn't just a break random panel thing. It's supposed to be like the glass of the tower. If you need to explain it, that's probably an issue. It's better to kick some ass than curse the darkness. Okay. Another fan art. This time it wasn't requested at all. It's made by Joel Fagan of Joel Fagan's. I hope I say that name too wrong. Comic tutorials fame. One more piece of fan art and I'll make the fan art page. Creepy smiley face. Remember, if you draw it and you want something plugged, I'll be more than happy to do so. Oh, how I love not updating every day. So I wonder if people are gonna do like fan art just to try to get their stuff plugged, because even if it's like a small audience, it might not like intersect with your audience, so you're trying to just increase your reach in general. So maybe that could be part of it, because I don't know who's like, yeah, super into Lightbringer. This definitely looks a lot better. Still doesn't look great, but definitely looks better. With the here. Okay. I must admit, I didn't expect you to succeed, and even then so quickly. Hello, Serpent. I haven't seen you for a few months. Keep him away from me. Oh my God, these bubbles. Why is this like? Why are these two bubbles? Why is it two bubbles? It looks like it's both from him. What's the point? Okay, on that. Oh, that won't be a problem. We'll put you we'll put you up in a nice 6x6 room far away from Lightbringer. Admittedly, we won't be able to hold him or use testimony on him because of what I'm sure you did to him. Lightbringer, but he's not. Oh, is that a comma? Tim Lightbringer, but he's not the one we're really interested in, is he? How's he gonna? Okay, so you. I guess he probably has warrants or something. I don't know. It's kind of weird. So I guess they're gonna try to put him away, but he might not be able to keep him put away because of the throwing him off a building thing. But okay, whatever. Nope. However, before I tell you the information I got out of him, I have one question. Who are they? Oh God, that's a good question. What the fuck is that? Why does she have a stupid little hat? What's the stupid little hat for? My name and my name. Oh. I guess you're supposed to read that. Okay. Okay. I'm Dave, and my name is Alice Biello? But you can call me Code Poet. That sounds dumb as shit. And we're going to help you bring down the slavers. Next, the end of the slavers? Before you ask, yes, it is a reference to Dason? Dason? I have no idea what that is. He he. I'm an imp. Creepy smiley face. And this is actually also the very first crossover with my Angel Armor books. What's that? You don't remember Code Poet in the books? Well, that's because she technically doesn't appear for another two books. Still, the character originated in the books, and believe it or not, Lightbringer and Angel Armor are in the same universe. Still, who are they, and what sort of help do they bring? Find out next week with issue 3. Okay, so doesn't appear for another two books. So, like book 3, or did you just never add her into the universe? Also, why is she called poet, and why does she look like? Why does she have a stupid hat? Sh- Is she supposed to look like a slam poet or something? What's the point? That sounds dumb as shit. I, okay, whatever. Okay, the Lightbringer issue 3. Outnumbered, outgunned, outstanding. Okay. This almost reminds me of like a Wolverine cover. Oh. Like the type where there's a bunch of enemies and he's like stabbing through them. That's what it kind of makes me think of. If I could remember the specific one, because I know that it got referenced with the X-23 cover, because I think with Innocence Lost, a lot of the covers were somewhat homages. Well, maybe not. Maybe it wasn't that one. Maybe it's Dark Death. I don't know. Whatever. But I know that there was a homage cover like that. Oh well. The original concept I have for this cover was that I'd originally draw each slaver that surrounded him, pointing guns or other such weapons. But instead I as went with this for simplicity's sake, as well as tying in with the whole demonic feel that Lightbringer associates with them, since he believes a member of the slavers killed his parents. Also, I'm not entirely copying out by not filling in the lines and just making it all black with red eyes, or using silver lines to make out the heads. It's also to associate with the unnatural and perversity that is associated with the slavers. Now, if you don't buy the artsy explanation, I'll say I was lazy. Yeah, no, I whenever I can barely like do something, generally I'll come up with like kind of a bullshit explanation too, or like justify it in my head. So I don't really necessarily buy the artsy explanation. I guess it looks fine. So this is one of the better covers, to be honest. But at least I think it looks better. But let's see. Yeah. Okay. And now we kick off Hannah Ment's redesign fan art week. For those not reading the blog, oh, there's a blog. I guess that might be the forum that's gone now. I will tell you right here that Hannah is a real pain to draw. Her hair looks like shit. Well, people have been encouraging me to stick with the original design and see how it flows from there. I made a request in the Comics Genesis forums for redesign concept for her hair, and during the next week I'll be showing them to you. Now, some of you are, of course, asking whether or not this will interfere with regular updates. The answer is no, no, no. Wednesdays and Fridays will still premiere new pages, since I have 2.5 months worth of buffer to go through. Before I need anything to substitute that, I'll still be far ahead of the game by the time we reach the end of issue 3. So I guess we won't change our hair till later. So interesting. Our first fan art piece comes from Kilbert Robbie of Kilbert fame. I don't think I've ever heard of that. Normally I'd plug him here, but sadly any attempts at finding the URL of Kilbert have failed miserably. Creepy winky face. Nevertheless, this features a very lovely cut of Hannah's hair being longer in the back plus a Lightbringer-like triangle bit in the front. Triangle? Are you talking about like the cowlick? Whether this was deliberate or not is anyone's guess. Creepy winky face. Okay. The last lesson of Walter Kovacs? Dedicated to everyone who believes that good and evil aren't subjective. Okay. Um, is he for or against moral relativism? Like I'm against moral relativism. I think that's cringe. But because I think that there is a sense of objective morality based on what we measure against. course, I'm a Christian, so I believe that God gives us our morality and why we just inherently think that certain things are wrong. Sure, I think he somewhat used evolution to build that into us to protect us, but I feel like it's also just based on how he created us because we're made in his image type thing. But I don't know if he's for or against moral relativism because there's some moral relativism can give you some pretty cringe results. Okay, we'll see. Is this a cover? What is this? Oh wait, no. Okay, because we got interrupted by the weird fan art thing. Okay. Okay. Oh my god, why is this text like a puzzle? Wow, why does he keep doing this? So you're with the FBI. That's right. Who hired Code Poet? She's not qualified. Look at her. What the hell? Why would she work at the FBI? Why do you need my help then? I haven't done anything so grand for you to recruit me, but the FBI hasn't done shit, right? Because this was what I was talking about earlier, that the federal government should have stepped in if there was like slaves, especially if there was like against there was probably against there was probably across state lines and stuff. This is all in Minnesota, but even still, oh well, I don't know. Giving Serpentest was a pretty good start. My original question still stands because being who you are, a superhero with certain abilities that we do not have, and I'm not just referring to your powers. Okay, I think that's coming from Code Poet. This, oh my god, why is this? I hate this. Okay, sometimes those who enforce the law are restricted by it, and then the law fails. The FBI is telling you this? Oh my god, this is not realistic, like, at all. Holy shit. Okay, whatever. But you don't break it egregiously. For example, you commit battery by punching a thief, but in your action you rescue another person's property. Okay, I get it. You need my ability to work outside the law. Where do you come into the plan for the slave? Where do you come into the plan for the slavers then? I was hoping you'd ask me that. This is just like a weird, like almost like clock thing. I hate this flow because it doesn't flow. This doesn't flow good. Okay, so I got more. Redesign Hannah Fan Art Week continues. This time we have a quick sketch done by Humbug of Tales of Plea? Kalea? Fame. This time Hannah's back in her traditional hairstyle. Humbug gave me the recommendation of drawing the whole face before I draw the hair, which I must say I never thought of before. What is this supposed to be? Did he mess up like the weird face thing, or what is that supposed to be? Is that a typo? Whatever. Yeah. Oh God. Oh, oh, this is terrifying. Oh God, why does she look like she's gonna eat me? Oh, oh, she looks like she's like out of some analog horror or something. What is wrong? Why is this so creepy? It's like a Joker mouth, like the soulless dead eyes, and like, why is she naked? What is this? What is going on? This is so weird. This time we have a picture of Hannah by Christ writer of Blue Skunk fame. Hannah's eye is visible once again, and her hair flows around her head in a variety of ways. Oh, and she looks more realistic and better drawn than I could ever do since, it's all shaded and all. Creepy, winky face. I'd prefer yours than this. This is terrifying. Okay. Redesign Hannah Fan Art Week. She kind of looks like a man in this one. That's unfortunate. This time is another traditional look at Hannah from Doll of Dawn and Doll fame. Her hair remains short here and covering one of her eyes, but it doesn't come in the multi-triangled fashion I do traditionally. Oh, and she's kind of pale, but I'm not holding that against Doll. Uh, Creepy winky face. Is she not supposed to be pale? I thought she was pale. Okay, whatever. Because if you're going for like the dyed hair, but back then that would probably be more associated with goth. So I don't see why the problem with her being pale, but whatever. So I'm assuming that these people just like replied to try to like show their own stuff and that they're not genuinely interested in Lightbringer because I really don't know who's genuinely interested in Lightbringer. Like, and I don't see the forums, so I think so. It's just scary. Okay. That is a big nose. That's okay. Redesigning Hannah Fan Art Week continues with another traditional of Hannah by Dutch. The school fear. of school spirit fame. Hannah's hair remains relatively the same, but gets puffier lips. Neat. Creepy smiley face. Okay. I don't like her design normally, and then as we go on, it if these people trying to be like artists, I feel like I can make fun of their art more because that's what they're actually trying to do. So I'm gonna make that up, or I'm gonna make fun of them. Okay, and it breaks up the flow. I don't like him putting that there. That should be in like a different section. But whatever. Here is where I'll be providing direct aid in the fight. It's not enough to simply arrest the slavers. You need to strip them of their ability to do business. You do that by shutting off the money supply. Why can't you do this? Like at the same time as Lightbringer is infiltrating their headquarters, I'm going to be freezing all of the slavers' accounts that we've tracked down over the past few months. Why didn't you already do that? Also, why do you have that stupid hat on? I can't get over the stupid hat. It's God. We'll have to do this soon, as in tomorrow soon. Word will get out quick enough that Serpent's been arrested, but not that he's informed us of their headquarters. Well, if he's been, I don't know, whatever. Okay. The limited intelligence that we do have, says that tomorrow night is supposed to be a big night for them. Some sort of mega auction for slaves. Oh God, I still can't get over this. The slavers thing. I'm getting desensitized to it, so I think that's part of why people don't just like make the title slavers for like their bad guys. Because I don't think you want to desensitize the idea of human slavery, but I don't know. Maybe that's why it's not used as often, unless if there's a story that really has something to say about it. What have I gotten myself into? I'm going to be in there alone against God knows how many slavers. Or their clients, who probably have a load of guards along with them. This could be my last night here on Earth. You need to learn how to make freaking shields, bro. Okay. I go to work the next day. This day of the week, it's always busy, and business is starting to pick up for some reason. My God, this might be the last time I ever see. Okay. Yo, Carter, wake up, sleepy eyes. I guess they interrupted his thoughts. Okay. Um, I feel like again you could probably show what this operation's supposed to look like. Maybe just like skip to that part, but I guess we're getting some more information here, so we'll see. Stop breaking up the flow. I don't like Hannah as it is, just because she seems kind of annoying. But let's go. Okay, redesign Hannah fan art week continues and continues. See below. This time we have a lovely redraw from Daniel Mural from Never You Mind. Here we have a kind of 80-ish look to Hannah and how her hair is shaped while still keeping one eye covered by hair. The reason why I say it continues is because of the fact that, well, the thread of contributing new Hannah designs is still going on, and I've gotten more than a week's worth of material. But what is this supposed to be? Can someone explain what this is supposed to be? I have no idea what this means. As such, expect as many updates on normal days with more fan art, with more Hannah fan art until I say enough, which won't be soon. I love fan art. I mean, yeah, fan art's cool. I would also love to see fan art, but whatever. Okay. What? I finished the inventory on those cast aluminum chairs. Are you okay? You look distracted you've looked distracted all day. Man, she looks like shit. I just hate the design. I really do. Wait, is she supposed to be like dark? Okay, whatever. Hannah, I still feel awful about not helping you that day. Well, if this is going to be my last day alive, I'm not going to live it with guilt. No, Hannah, I'm not okay. Listen, yesterday wasn't the first time I saw you. A few days ago, I was walking home from work and I saw you being attacked by some man. I wanted to help you, but it's hard for me to explain. I just feel horrible about wah ha 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 ha. This is not the reaction I was expecting because that is not what a normal sane person would do. It's weird. God. Please stop with this. I don't like this. Redesign Hannah fan art weeks continues. This time we have a full body pic from Gruamos of dimension hopping fame. I'm assuming that a lot of these people don't really have fame, but he just keeps on putting it there. It should be noted that in issue 4 will have a little crossover with dimension hopping. No characters, mind you, but it'll be a crossover nevertheless. What does that mean? Whatever. The pic features Hannah and much hotness. Okay. What is this supposed to be? Was this supposed to be a creepy smiley face? Oh well. Of course, this forces me then to accelerate my plans of making her 18. The whole time she hasn't been of age. Because otherwise I kind of a burp for thinking like that about a 17-year-old. And if you think it's weirder that I think this way about a fictional character, obviously someone hasn't read up on any philosophical writings about whether or not fictional characters are real or not. Creepy winky face. I personally think that they are just as real as you and me discuss. Anywho, her hair this time is a shorter affair, curving out to the sides a bit on the end, while the other remains straight. I like this one too. The arrows again. I don't know what that means, but unfortunately, because Linkara never scrubbed his internet history, and I guess everything links to his real name and stuff. People found his extensive porn history, so that's that's fun. I got exposed to some of it. It was unfortunate. I'll never be the same. Uh, that's why you'll hear things about the Green M&M and gay dead Muppet bang gangbangs. That luckily I didn't see too much of it, but I know it exists, and that's enough. But so that's fun. I do think that fictional characters being real or not is it can be interesting to discuss. I do feel like there should be like a certain level of respect for them in terms of like I don't like when people completely change the character and stuff because they do feel like almost human with the amount of like effort and stuff that goes into them. I don't know. I don't know how to like explain this without sounding like dumb, but just because I'm like overly attached to fictional characters. But well, let's just continue for now. Oh come on, just more of this shit. At least this one looks kind of nice. This is like one of the only ones that I don't hate. It's because like the art style is nicer. I don't like the haircut, but I like the art style. Okay. This time we have a piece by Biev of fainting spells fame. The look remains generally the same with the hair over the eye, but now the hair is one piece instead of many pieces like how I draw it. Okay. Oh, they're still going? Now she just looks like Starfire. Like, she really, well, yeah, she looks like a weird Starfire ripoff now. Okay, this time we have two redesigns of by Glary of Squid Ninja fame. The first is a little more of a busy design to it, while the second is a more stylized, straight one-piece look, which I admit was originally the concept for how Hannah's hair was going to work. Okay. We keep going with this shit. And most of it looks like shit. Okay. Oh, finally, it's concluding. Thank God. Yes, this is the final piece of fan art I received for this. While it's drawn on a rough piece of paper, it still counts as part of fan art, and the look is still pretty good. It was drawn by Surge X111, or should I say that as 13, of Nerds 2000 and Deep Dive fame. Surge recommended that the hair over the eye thing wasn't plausible for the character, except if the head was in motion. So he suggested either having the hair cut at an angle or using a hair clip. Thanks for everyone who participated. Can we please just get back to the story? Okay. This is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen in my entire life. Because just wait. Okay. I did read this beforehand. This is one of the dumbest plot things I've ever heard in my entire life. Let's go ahead and read this wonderful freaking wall of text again, where we can't see. Just again, the telling not showing. Let's just go get this over with. Believe it or not, I wasn't just some random damsel in distress. I was orphaned. Okay. I was orphaned when I was young, so I learned how to survive in both a home and on the streets. Okay. I'd always heard about Pharaoh City and how it had great opportunities for people. Who said this? Like ever? There's a gang that has called the Slavers. Like how the hell did this get a positive reputation at all? Okay, I was cynical, of course, about it. Well, that just sounds that sounds very unnatural, but decided to check it out anyway. Man, the city was so far gone when I got here, the sheer amount of crime I saw on a daily basis bugged me. I decided to see for myself why it was happening, so I decided to conduct a little experiment. The idea is that I'd walk around until someone tried to mug me. I made sure to stay within people's sight for the purpose of the experiment. An hour later, one man finally tried to rob me in plain sight of bystanders. I cried. Just say in plain sight, whatever. Okay, I cried out for help, but no one came for me. I realized that the reason why so much crime has occurred in the city is because no one has made a true, serious effort to stop it. There's the cops, which apparently aren't effective. But why don't just people buy guns or something? This is whatever. After a few minutes of crying for help, I finally just punched the guy's lights out and walked off with Michelle, who had stayed close in case I needed help. What is she gonna do? Does she have a gun? What is she gonna do if you can't do it, Miss? Oh, I'm freaking unnaturally strong for a woman. Okay, whatever. Needless to say, I was fuming. I know you're upset for not helping me, boss, but it doesn't surprise me now. People are just paralyzed with fear thanks to the gangs. But now that Lightbringer guy's shown up, he's showing people they can fight back. But he has superpowers. That doesn't show people they can fight back. That shows that there's just a superpowered guy who can do it. Also, you can't see, you should show the chick hanging out, even though that sounds dumb. Again, you should break this into multiple things so that at least it's not this long wall of text. It's still dumb as shit. This is just why would you do this? Why would you possibly want to do this? This just sounds so risky and dumb for no reason. Even if you're unnaturally strong, what if they just shoot you in the face? Are you also like unnaturally like durable? Can you take that? Like there's so much risk involved here that's unnecessary. And she's like so overconfident about her ability to take care of it. It's annoying. And I think that's part of why I hate her. It's because of that like overconfidence for like no reason. Like I guess she's unnaturally strong, but that doesn't like what if they have like any weapon of any kind? It's so dumb. It is so dumb. Like this plot device thing. It makes sense that he now says that this was like a last minute idea just to be like, oh, I don't want to do the damsel in distress trope. And it's like, I'd rather you do the damsel in distress trope than make her like this crazy, cocky idiot. Like, personally, I don't really find an issue with the damsel in distress trope. I don't care that much. It could be overused and boring depending on how you use it. But again, I think most tropes, in theory, can be fine if you just use them properly. So I don't necessarily hate the damsel in distress trope unless if they like purposefully depower a character just to make them capturable. Like I think Legend of Korra did this with I think it's Jinora in like the in book 2. I kept on hate watching Korra all the way through, even though that I hated it. But yeah, I remember that specifically pissing me off. Not because of the damsel in distress thing, but just because it's like we've seen her be more competent. Like how did this happen? It just happened because plot. That's why it's annoying. It's because it just happened because of plot, not because it makes sense. That's why I hated it. It wasn't just because oh damsel in distress. But whatever. Okay. So that was dumb as shit. Let's continue. You look in people's eyes now and you can see real genuine hope. One person can make a difference if they have superpowers. And I know it's cliched and all. I think it's just supposed to be cliched, not cliched. But in this case, it means you don't have to be afraid of evil when it tries to attack you. that you can not only fight back, but you can win. Um, no, because it's only this superhero, and he seems to only work at night. So what if you just, as far as I know, he doesn't have super hearing or anything, so I don't really know how he finds all the crimes. So what if he just doesn't notice your crimes? That doesn't, I wouldn't, you, everything's in the hands of this one guy, and it's a human dude, and that he can make mistakes and stuff. So I wouldn't necessarily feel like super confident just trusting this one guy to keep everyone safe in the city. I don't think that would really help with hope. Maybe you have a little bit more hope than human slavery, like every day, all the time. Or though I guess that's still technically happening, but I don't know. It just feels dumb. I don't think that the hope message really makes sense here. Sorry, my nose is all clogged up for some reason. I don't know why. Okay, I'm so sorry. I was rambling, but you get what I mean, right? Thanks, Anna, for reminding me why I'm doing this. Yeah, I get what you mean. All right, I'm coming up on the building Serpent told us was the HQ. Is the microphone still working? Hearing you loud and clear, Lightbringer. That'll be the slaver's client. Oh, wait. Okay, sorry. I'm getting bubbles. I'm arriving there now. I've seen 3 limousines in the past 5 minutes drop off a few people and then leave. Wow. How have you guys not found this place that has a bunch of limousines going to it? Do you not have like any air support? And Lightbringer can fly. Can't you just like see if there's unusual traffic patterns? I mean, it's a gang slash mob thing. I'm pretty sure that you can tell where they're meeting. None of them are coming in through the main entrance. They're all entering through the stairwell on the side. You brought limos to this. Why even bother trying to be secretive? Just put it under the guise of some other event. Okay, that'll be the slaver's clients. Don't worry about arresting them or anything. We've already got agents in place in the 3 blocks around the building for when we raid the place. Okay. Okay, just burn through the air intake system. The air ducts were designed to double as an emergency exit when the building was first built. So you should be able to fit in them when you get through the intake. Is that a thing? That doesn't sound like that's a thing. That's kind of weird. Whatever. Okay. Where does his legs go? Are they cut off? What is this supposed to be? Oh, is he supposed to be crawling on his knees? Because it looks like he just like lost his legs. Like they got like chopped off. Okay. It's fine so far, but I'm worried about making noise. Although does seem to be a lot of noise coming from somewhere, like clapping or shouting. There, fizzle, new, try, fizzle, something interfering with the reception. The slavers must not want anyone to communicate with the outside world from in here. What's going on beneath me? It sounds like an auction. I mean, what did you expect? They're called the slavers, and it's a big event where you said their clients are coming. How is this surprising? Whatever. I wonder if this was always censored. I I did hear that he had to change some plot lines because like he got so much backlash. Like I heard that there was one point where someone's on stage um getting uh kissed against their will and while a bunch of people watch. And I think it was supposed to be on live TV or something. I vaguely remember that being a plot point. I don't know if that was here or somewhere else. I don't know if there's like an archive of that somewhere, but I do remember that being a thing and him talking about how he removed it because a lot of people were mad at him. But yeah, that was the thing. That was kind of unfortunate. Let's continue. It's the mega auction, the one the code poet was telling me about. Yeah, they were. Yeah, you already got informed about this. So why are you surprised? Okay, it takes every ounce of will in my body not to leap down there right now and start showing these people what I think of them. What are you supposed to be doing right now again? I guess I kind of lost track between like the fan art and me rambling. What exactly the plan is, if you're not supposed to take them out now? And this so it's so on the nose. Okay, okay. And this fresh okay. And this fresh whore is ready to serve you in every way you can think of. Look at those tears. She's so happy. I want to punch something. I need to punch something. Oh, that's what I think of whenever I see like bad MCU movies. I have anger issues, I guess. No, the mission. I have to think of what I'm doing here. I don't really recognize any of the people in the audience. There's not that many people in the audience, I guess. But that's not surprising. There's a pretty large spread of people. Some of them look like they haven't washed their clothes in years. Others as if they had their suits pressed minutes before coming. You'd think that they'd have a dress code. And at least like have suits for the smelly guys. They like at least like suits that they can borrow and stuff. Oh, whatever. They aren't exclusively men or women. What? They, those are the two options. Unless if you're not saying they're exclusively men or exclusively women, because I don't think anyone was expecting it to just be men. So, all right. I mean, I don't think anyone was expecting it to just be women. So, if anything, you should just say there weren't only men there. I guess. Because sorry, dudes, you have the reputation of being more into this stuff. I think partially because of evidence, but whatever. Okay. Nor do they all share the same skin color. This is the face of evil, ever changing. Okay, fair enough. I've got to move on. I need more tangible evidence if I'm going to bring these bastards down. Okay. Is this supposed to be like a motion blur? Bam! And then like the motion lines don't look great. Maybe you should have like faded this a bit. I don't know. I feel like there's something that you could do. I think there's a tool that does this, so you can kind of blend that in more, or make it just like straight, like thinner lines. I don't know. All right, think, Carter. You should be on the fourth floor now. The hallway's dark, but that's not a problem. Start looking for a map. An office. Hell, a big old "Go Here" sign would be your best bet at this point. Serpent said that the slavers were led by a general. I found my "Go Here" sign. You really put. Okay, this is so dumb. This is so dumb. This is so dumb. This is so dumb. General Wares, enter by appointment only. General Wares created the slavers. What kind of sick mind is responsible for all of this? And why do they have filing cabinets? Whatever these files are, hopefully they are the tangible evidence I need. What the? These are financial records for donations. Public schools, cancer research groups, homeless shelters. At least 30% of all the money the slavers make go directly to charities. I wonder if they're doing that for tax write-offs. What kind of person is this? Right beside a list of school districts in Faro City in need of financial aid, I think that's spelled, is a leather-bound copy of the complete works of the Marquise de Sade? Marquise de Sade? What does the leader of the slavers have a list? Why does the leader of the slavers have a list of charities? He's assisting in the same room as the writings that could be considered the sadism Bible. This is so implausible and so out there. It would almost feel like this is a parody of just because of how bizarre it is. But let's continue. I came in here for, and again, I feel like you can show some of this, or at least have some visual interest by showing some of the charities or something. I came in here for solid evidence of the slavers' activities, either to seize it for their arrest or destroy it to cripple their activities. Instead, I find something that paradoxically exists as both an angel and a demon. I mean, demons are just fallen angels, so I don't know if that's whatever. Okay. And behind the door is, I feel sick. And not for the first time since I came into this place. That woman! What has this monster done to her? Oh god. Ken kind of feels like edgelord, but what is that supposed to what is that supposed to be? I can't tell. Can't it's like a finger or is that supposed to be stabby things? I don't know what's going on here. I hear footsteps behind me. My mind is too much in shock by the sight before it to get me to react. All the blood. Too much, too much. And I guess he put like a black square so to censor it. I wonder if it was always censored or whatever. My mind is split. Half of it is in shock, and the other half is reasoning, concluding, doing all the things it needs to do in this situation. So much. Can't breathe. Reason wins out. I'm thinking clearer now. The footsteps behind me have stopped. The light is turning on. There would only be one person here at a time like this. You, the Lightbringer, I have found my enemy. Okay, you needed to again, break this into several bits. You can probably have, like, action shots of, or, like, shots to, like, oh, here's this bit of the scene. Never, like, show the whole scene, obviously, but show, like, this little bit of scene, maybe, like, bloody hand, blah, blah, blah. And you need like more of the tension of like footsteps being like a separate panel and like the lights coming on shouldn't just be mentioned. It should like click, show the lights, that type of thing. Again, it's a big issue of telling, not showing, which is the main issue. That and the edgelordness is probably and kind of like uh, uh Mary Sue self-insert stuff too. But okay. Here we go. No, I won't tell you what happened to her. If I did that, we'd have to change our rating from Web 14 to MA. I guess, again, it's porn stuff. No. Okay, let's just keep on reading. And even then, I consider drawing this actually showing what was done to her, but I prefer the suggestive nature of this partial outline. Um, I can't really tell what's happening. Like, there's ways to do it like somewhat ambiguously without showing it. Like, I think like I think one of the best parts of Watchmen is like the Rorschach bits. Like whenever he has a flashback to trying to save a little girl, and let's just say things didn't go well for her, and they show clips to kind of imply what happened to her, and you get the general gist of it. They don't really show anything like too crazy bad. It's all implied, but that implication is enough. And but you do need to have something to work with for the implication, other than just like, oh, there's some blood, you know. Let me put it this way. There was a scene in the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre that involved a girl being dragged into a meat locker and having her back impaled on a hook. As the story goes, the director wanted to actually show the penetration. But the MPAA said that if they showed it, the rating for the movie would have to go up a notch. So they compromised. Instead of actually showing it, they showed you the hook, they showed you the girl, and one was supposed to make the connection without actually showing it. Yeah, no, that's how you do that correctly. Like, I think, um, yeah, no, like the Rorschach thing actually did that pretty well. It was generally that type of like association up to like you find like little girls' underwear, you see like dogs chewing on bones. You get a general idea of what happened to the girl without needing to say anything because of how it's implied. I don't think that this implies it that well. I think that you needed more things to imply that. And that, my grossed out friends, is real horror. Yeah, no, I agree, but I just don't think that you did that well here. Not in your face gore, but suggestive fear that puts a shiver down your spine. Yeah, no, I think it's worse when you imagine it yourself. So I generally prefer that, but I just don't think that you did it well. Hence also why I will not tell you what General Wares did to this girl. And yes, he did do something horrific. I got the idea from my modern philosophy teacher when he described the works of Marquise de Sade as like a telephone book directory on how to mutilate someone. No erotic passion behind it, just cold instruction. Why are you reading this in philosophy? I feel like philosophy in general is kind of shit. Whatever. Since I have never actually read any of his stuff, I don't know if that holds up, nor am I particularly inclined to find out. Subsequently, this is the 50th strip of Lightbringer. Put on fruity half masks and rejoice. Okay. I guess this is the general guy. He's a ginger. So I guess he did all of this because he doesn't have a soul? Was that the reason for all this? Oh, come on, not the bubbles again. Wow, you're driving me crazy. And why is this Lightbringer so small? Is he supposed to be this small? Is this supposed to be like a direct size comparison? Oh, I guess he's supposed to have like turned around. Huh. I admit, if I was wondering. Okay, I feel like just the way that the bubbles. Okay, whatever. I admit, I was wondering if I was going to encounter you. Welcome to my office. I feel like you could have shown more of the office too. And shown, like, if you want the dichotomy, you could, like, show that in his office by what he chooses to display, but whatever. Welcome to my office. If I had known you were coming, I would have changed the night of the auction. You're the one who started the slavers. You're the monster responsible for all the deaths, the rapes, the extortion. How many people have ended up like that woman in your dungeon? Yes, I admit my fetishes can be a little violent. However, it's all for the better purpose. What? Oh, yes, this is what. How is this for a better purpose? How can you possibly try to justify this? Like, I know that bad guys in real life will use crazy stuff to try to to kind of justify their actions. I know that happens, but I feel like this is going to become even more ridiculous in the next few paragraphs. Please, did you really think that I started the slavers just so I could fulfill my sexual desires or to become rich? No, it's more than that. I see you looked at some of my files. Considering what I keep records on in my office, I can only assume you've seen what I do with most of the money I make selling slaves. 30% isn't most, but whatever. This was a very messy town before I came to take control of a loosely associated gang of pimps. I organized everything, conquered the attacking gangs, and made them part of the slavers. So he's just saying I'm the better gang leader. I doubt it, based on everything that we've heard. So that just sounds. Oh, come on! This text is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. Come on. You're insane. You call what you've done a good thing? Okay, moral relativism sucks. This is one of the worst takes on trying to defeat moral relativism. It's like there was this episode of Touched by an Angel that talked about why cloning is bad. And it's like, okay, I agree cloning is bad. All of their arguments on why cloning was bad were the worst arguments I have ever heard against human cloning that I have ever. It's like, oh, you can't let you can't have clones because maybe their parents will be older than what they should be if they had them naturally. And it's like, okay, but like you can do that with adoption, and that's fine. Oh, you can't. Oh, when you cloned if you clone Einstein, you can't celebrate Christmas with him. This is a Christian show, remember? Because he's Jewish. But it's like that would be his heritage, not like I mean the original Christians converted from Judaism, or is essentially just kind of branching off from Judaism. So that doesn't make sense either. So there's just a bunch of really dumb things that they made that to make that argument, which just makes the anti-human cloning thing look dumb. It makes your side look dumb when you're making these stupid arguments. And I feel like the same thing here, where I do believe that there is objective morality. It's hard to kind of apply in like the world as it is. But moral relativism is cringe. But this is like the worst argument against it that I've ever heard. Okay, of course I don't. That's because good and evil are meaningless when it comes to real life. Yeah, okay, the moral relativism thing. The people who were living on the streets scrounging for food didn't give a damn when I got them where I got the money from. They just needed it to survive, and survive they did. I had an epiphany when I started the slavers. Human beings have always existed in one of two states, master or slave. I wouldn't really say that, but whatever. Whether it comes to their emotions, their job, their devotion to others, it doesn't matter. They're always either controlled by somebody or in control of somebody else. I mean, you can kind of, I mean, like in theory, a parent kind of has a little bit of control over their kids, but that parent is also kind of in under like the control of their boss in theory, if they have a job. So I feel like there's multiple dynamics here, and that seems like it's oversimplifying things. I know he's the villain, but still. As such, the true moral. I can't say this sentence with a straight face. What the hell? As such, the true moral purpose of the slavers is to set up a hierarchy where we can use that relationship to make the world better. This was not set up properly. And this is such a straw man that it makes the argument against moral relativism look dumb as shit. And that's hard to do because moral relativism is dumb as shit. Okay. The slavery. Okay, in this sentence, I've gotten a little bit less desensitized since the concept of the slavers. The slavers aren't your enemy, Lightbringer. We're doing exactly the same thing you're trying to do. If I had gotten this far, I probably would have put this in the preview because this is just so insane. We're doing exactly the same thing you're trying to do. Okay. But we don't just foolishly rush in and start punching away at something and thinking that taking down criminal after criminal will make everything better. We take action. What you're not doing. Wait, I thought he was taking action by like beating people up. Whatever. You have so much power, but you squander it like this. The other gangs are content simply being psychotic. Okay, dude, you have a gang called the Slavers. Most other gangs just like want money, drugs, and like what money gives you. I I think a feeling of power. That doesn't sound nearly as psychotic as like enslaving people because morals? That just sounds dumb. That sounds so dumb. How did I forget that this that this existed? Because I did read further than this. How did I forget that this happened? I guess it's been a few years, but still. The other gangs are content with simply being psychotic, put the money the slavers make to good use. Oh, but I put the money the slavers make to good use. What about the other 70%? Or does that just go to like expenses, like payroll? Fucking payroll for a gang. Uh, Schools, roads, anything that needs it gets money. Pharaoh City doesn't survive in spite of us, it survives because of us. So dumb. This is so dumb. Oh my gosh. Oh, this is all just him talking. This is all just him talking. There's like one thing of Lightbringer. This is all just him talking. This is oh my gosh, this villain model. Can you at least like have some visuals or something to try to illustrate it? Just anything to like break up this monotony. More than half the public works and services would fall apart if the slavers weren't providing the necessary income to sustain them. We're the good guys, not you and your subjective little ethics about the big bad guys who like their woman chained. I can't. Okay, we're gonna be here all day. Let's just skip to the next bit. This is so. Oh my god. The real power that keeps Pharaoh City surviving isn't your light hero. It's with me. If you kindly get out of my office, some of us have to work for the greater good. Okay. Let's just. I just gotta keep going. Otherwise, okay, I'm gonna be here forever. We just gotta keep going. Okay. Greater good. She's like angry. Subjective little ethics. Zoom. It's not the first time in my life that someone's called good and evil subjective. Okay, yeah, this is so we get his take on moral relativism from the Lightbringer side as he fights against the straw man. Okay. Philosophers for thousands of years have tried to come up with a logical and rationalistic reason for it. Ultimately, they've failed. What was it Chief Crane said to me? See the senior criminals of Pharaoh City and then tell me you're not going to kill. In my mind's eye, I see my mother talking to me about the importance of pacifism and stopping evil. My blood boils with rage. My hand sparks with light as it draws away from the ambient light of the room to feed the burning power I have. Can you at least show Ghost Mom or something so that we have something else to look at? There's just so much text. Please break it up. This is insane. Unless if it's someone's letter or something. And even then, I'm not that big a fan of it. This is just because generally you can have the person reading the letter and then visuals to go with that. But okay, let's just get through this. Let's just get through this. Someone is about to be hurt in some way, and you help them. How is this not good? Why is an action that benefits or saves it, or anything like that, not anything but good? Why aren't some actions good or evil, or something in between? General Wares has done terrible things to countless people. How in the hell are his actions morally neutral? What the hell does his intent have to do with anything? How are his actions not evil? Again, I get what he's trying to say, but this straw man is makes this argument sound dumb. It really does. And I'm sure that Lewis's explanation is also going to make it sound dumb just because of how he tends to come from a kind of egotistical point of view, so it's kind of hard to take him seriously. I was trying to come into this being nice. I'm getting angrier as time goes on, I guess. So let's just go through this. First and foremost, I first thought I'd have hunker down. There's a lot to say about this little page. Okay. First and foremost, I first thought I'd have Lightbringer speechifying in this page, and then the next one to the general about the evils of what was doing and whatnot. But I decided that the general's sentiments were ridiculously horrible enough that they didn't need any more input from Lightbringer. But you already did. You put so much. There's so much. Why? Besides, he already did this with Serpent, creepy winky face. I went back on this again after I had a chat conversation in the early morning of July 28th. The comic Genesis folks are nice, wonderful people, but I disagree on them on a lot of things, particularly when it comes to things like ethics. The discussion we were having was on whether or not actions are good slash evil, if good slash evil actually exists outside of human constructs, and etc. Now, I'm a Christian and I believe firmly in moral absolutes. Yeah, no, I get you, bro. I do get you. It's just how you're trying to show this is the issue. And then also, things do get a little bit muddy in real world stuff, but technically, there are acts that are by themselves horrible. There's different consequences that can there's different that changes the degree of how bad it is. But technically, killing anyone, even if it's in self-defense, is still bad. It's just it's not as bad significantly, but you'd probably still need to go to confession for that type of stuff. But then again, there's all types of stuff that I could go into about morality, but I'm not going to go into morality on this Lightbringer review. We can talk about that another time if someone actually wants to. While I admit there's a gray area, you can't have gray without white and black to begin with. And this was a typo. The problem is when one is arguing for moral absolutes and the existence of good and evil, there's no logical physical proof for it. So the argument, sadly, cannot really be won. As such, I gracefully exited and left them to their business and decided to revise the dialogue a bit and add in some more. I was seriously lacking in text on this page. I doubt it. I seriously doubt it because you go crazy on text in every single page. In order to try to better make my case, odds are my argument will still be torn apart. What but it's what I believe, and no one's going to move me on this. I believe actions can be good or evil, just as the people or intentions of those actions can be good or evil too. I will say one thing though, to leave this on a happier note. Contrary to popular belief my slack-jawed idiots, inanimate objects cannot be inherently good, evil, gay, retarded, or any other such thing. Well, maybe retarded if the thing is slow due to the definition of retarded, but you get my drift. Oh my god. Next is the fact that Lightbringer's cape looks a little weird in this one because I tried out a new clothing slash cape tutorial and actually for the most part liked how it turned out. It won't be something I do often, but I wanted this scene to look as cool as possible, and I hope I accomplish that. I don't think so. I feel like this is really boring. It's just a desk. It's him standing there with a clenched fist and lasering someone. And the lasering isn't very dynamic. I think this looks like shit. And I feel like even like the idea of the page is not very exciting. Even if it was drawn better. I don't think that this would look that much better even if it was a different art style just because how it's laid out is just so boring. On the other note, I amped up the special effects for this page. My goal had actually been to create a kind of white smoke emanating from his hand as a result of a very powerful blast, but that didn't pan out. As such, we get a little smoke coming into the hand and lots of sparkle surrounding the beam. Of course, I also note that while the last few pages have had the room fully lit, this page had it a lot dimmer. Now, the real-world explanation is that a white glow over white clothing is indistinguishable. The scientific explanation is that Lightbringer's powers drain the ambient light of the area when he concentrates a blast like that, especially when he's as pissed off as he is at the moment. The internal dialogue was a little weak for this strip, but it gets stronger the next few pages. Oh god. Oh no. He's gonna. Much longer is he gonna speechify? How pissed is he? Well, tune in next week to find out what he does with general wares. Okay. This really does look like Christian. Like Christian drawing. Whatever. Okay, I guess it's gonna go. Well, I guess is it this way? Or is it this way? I don't know. I can see it in his eyes now. He's afraid. Good. My initial blast was essentially just a way to blast him back through the door and get him running. My next blast fries his gun into the carpeting. Oh, God. You're supposed to. Can you just. Please just break up things. There's just a lot of empty space and nothing's happening. This is. Whatever. It's one thing if you have an impressive shot or going for a mood. This isn't doing that. Greater good, it doesn't matter how much good comes from something evil. The evil was still there, and it makes anything positive that might have come out of it tainted by that fact. For every life this demon saved through the slavers, another life was lost. I can never hope to return to him all the pain, all the suffering, all the lives lost or hurt by what General Wares created. But I can sure as hell try to shatter. For all his blustering about slavery, about how people are controlled or are controllers, about how his damn slavers serve a higher moral purpose, he has forgotten in the end what he truly is. He is an evil man. Ugh. How is he still alive? What floor was this on? Oh, I guess he's in the auction room now? Is this supposed to be a table? Okay. Perhaps someday, if he understands that, he will be able to change and do things that will do true good. Bro, he ran a human slavery ring. He's probably never getting out of jail. But for now, all he will ever be is an evil man, and he has done nothing that is good. You know what? He'll probably get Epsteined because of his clients. So there's no way he's going to live a long life. At least if it's realistic. Okay. None of them are making a sound. Why do they just look like normal dudes off the street? I thought that they should have like suits or like fancy like rich people updos or something because you probably do need to be rich to afford people. I don't know. I feel like we could go for a different look here, but whatever. I threw the leader of the biggest gang in Paris City through a glass window. Oh, wait, sorry. None of them are making a sound. No guns, no threats, nothing. I threw the leader of the biggest gang in the Paris City through a glass window, right into a crowd of his lieutenants, his clients, his lawyers, and his slaves. They all see me, and they all see him, and they know what has happened. No one could do what I have done. The fear of discrimination, the fear for their lives, and the for their power have prevented. I think that's another typo. I don't know what's going on here. And the for their power have prevented them from taking actions against general wares, but they all see and they all understand it's over. Bro, you do realize that there's just gonna be a power vacuum now, and probably someone worse is gonna come around until you like really clean up literally everybody. And even then, there might be imitators. I don't know. I feel like this is dumb. It's not over until it's over. Oh god, I forgot about. Every time I hear Code Poet's name, it's like, does it? That sounds so dumb. Sounds so dumb. I'm sorry. The Code Poet gave me a secondary radio signal designed to bypass any jamming equipment the slavers might have. Why didn't you use that immediately? Whatever. I can't send a detailed message or anything, but the signal had one purpose, calling in the FBI. Okay, I guess that's fine. He was waiting to use it. The Pharaoh's police department and every other law enforcement officer in the area to come and arrest all the slavers and free those they had taken. I activate it. It's over. The slavers are no more. Can you like at least show like the device just them activating it? Maybe show like the cops surrounding the building. Because this is boring as shit to look at. This is so boring. If you wanted to write a book, just write another book. If you want to do a comic, you're gonna have to learn how to show don't tell. Like I know, I keep on saying that, but look at how boring it looks. It's so effing boring because there's nothing going on in these freaking panels. Oh my god, could it be? Why, yes, I drew multiple people in a panel. Amazing. Creepy smiley face. People should start to notice the inking on the pages. The black lines is thicker than usual. That's because I finally figured out how to take advantage of multiple layers in a picture file for inking/coloring. This should be a slight increase in the quality of pages. I haven't really noticed that, to be honest. I don't know what those two arrows mean. Nothing major along the lines of, say, shading, but it's a start. Two arrows again. I don't know what those mean. Whatever. Maybe it's just internet lingo that I don't know because I was never really on forums or anything. At least not when I was young. Like I'll lurk on some places, but just to keep up with internet drama. But I don't really post. Okay, let's continue. Got a chick. Why does she look like? Is this Kenny's mom? Kenny's mom is a slaver? What the hell? Look at her. It's Kenny's mom from South Park. Let me. Look. Yeah, it's Kenny's mom. Kenny's mom's a slaver. What the hell? Did she? What the hell? Okay. Okay, let's continue. We got paramedics and other medical personnel helping with the freed freed slaves, and we're trying to contact their families as we track them down. I mean, realistically, like at least I believe in the U.S., the generally like freed slaves type thing would generally be more like runaways who are trying to get away from bad family situation. So I'm not sure how realistic it would be in terms of like reuniting people with families, except I guess they just take people really blatantly in this universe, which is weird still, but whatever. Okay, let's continue. Whatever. Lightbringer, not a single person was killed during this. How? You're really lucky that I guess he didn't land the wrong way and die. I'll bet the general over there has quite a few injuries. In any case, I want you to know, tomorrow I'm going to announce the police's public support for your activities. I feel like you need more like a U.S. government checkoff thing before you can really do that, but whatever. Thanks, Chief. You're more than welcome. I expect that I'm going to be working with you again in the future, superhero. You idiots! You really think you're done the right thing here? Mark my words. After the city falls apart, you'll come back to me and you'll learn you have to compromise sometimes. That you. Okay. enslaving people is not a small compromise. And I feel like if he wanted to do like this moral, he shouldn't have had him just murder a chick just because if he wanted to like genuinely do this argument. But I don't know. No, not in the face of Armageddon. Never compromise. Okay. So, some Watchmen? It might be Watchmen. Because in general, like, it's known that Rorschach doesn't really compromise, and that's part of why he gets killed. Get spoilers. Uh, okay, let's continue. Where to start with this page? It's really boring. It's like look at this. It's really freaking boring. The most noticeable thing about it is the obvious homage to one of the best damn graphic novels in history. While I disagree with many who believe it is the best graphic novel of all time, I'd have to say it ranks pretty damn high up there. And yes, the reason Lightbringer's saying it is because he's read it too. Creepy winky face. I'm pretty sure that it's Watchmen. But two cameos in this page too. Right smack dab in the center is Commissioner Albert Johnson from Decent. The next is a little less obvious to spot due to having a very different drawing style in mind, but it was intended to be him. The guy carting off the little slaver. Okay, is Detective Justin King from Cold Servings. Guess some parallel universes hold to their truths when it comes to professions. Creepy, winky face. I guess it's this guy? Okay, whatever. Okay, this is yet another page where I drew multiple people in it. Wow, what? When I end an arc, I end it with a bang. Creepy winky face. Why is there so many of these creepy winky faces? If this was a drinking game, I would die from creepy winky faces. Also, like too much text. Also, any ideas for a method for Chief Crane to contact Lightbringer? I initially thought a light signal in the tradition of Batman. I mean, okay. I mean, you're already doing a lot of Batman stuff mixed with Superman, mixed with Green Lantern, but whatever. But decided that it'd just be copying them, and I want this to have a little more originality. I'd love to hear your ideas. Otherwise, I'll just use some fireworks gun or something for him to signal Lightbringer's attention. At this point, just have like a phone. Now then, back to the first arc. I mentioned that there'd be a second reason as to why I created the slavers, and here it is. Oh, I forgot. During the second season run of Battlestar Galactica, there's an episode titled Black Market. In it, the character Apollo is investigating an illegal black market of supplies, drugs, prostitution, and even child prostitution for clients who are awarded children. In the story, when given the same choice Lightbringer was given, Apollo shot the leader of the black market in the head, and the black market continued because he felt that it did more good alive than dead. What? Don't understand what you're saying. I'm pretty sure he shut down the child kissing part of it. And I'm still so mad at that episode, I can't remember exactly. Again, my philosophies are seeping into the story, and part of it, I mean, that does sound like a dumb thing in that universe, so that's fair. I don't know enough about Battlestar Galactica, though, to really comment on this. Again, my philosophies are seeping into the story, and part of it is that while there are some moral gray areas, there are still moral absolutes of black and white. Yeah, that's very true. I do believe in that. I just think that you portrayed that very poorly. And continuing something that's evil just because some good comes from it is just terrible and definitely on the black side of things. So this was my needed response to it. Okay. At some point, maybe I should try out that episode just to see. I'm pretty sure that they probably tackled this better. Like their answer might have been wrong, but they might have had it with more tact at least. I don't know. But then again, that answer takes away some tact. I don't know. I don't know. This is kind of a mess. In any case, next week's Wednesday page will end the storyline. And what a cliffhanger it shall be. Creepy winky face. I hate her. I really do. I just think she's annoying. I guess she has different panel coloring. This kind of makes me think of Gwenpool, because Gwenpool, she's from a different universe, so her kind of like how Deadpool has his like fourth wall breaking stuff. So I think that's technically like different voices in his heads and stuff. But he has yellow speech bubbles, and Gwenpool has pink. So I guess that just reminded me of that. I guess. Smooth move, Hannah. Forgetting your purse in the basement again. Ah, well, just feel lucky that Carter gave you that key to the store. How did he not expect this is going to happen if he let her have a key to everything? Bro, that's dumb. Wait a second, are those blood spots near the old Christmas trees? You didn't clean up? Bro, what's behind all these old trees? Anyway, God, such a pain to go through these branches and oh my God! Next, the world's first supervillain. This is dumb. Dude, couldn't you have like rented something out or not given your employees the key if you didn't want them to freaking find it? That's dumb. That's really, really dumb. Okay. Dun dun dun. Yes, it seems that Hannah's found out about Carter's little secret. That sounds so wrong. Why does that sound so wrong? Winky face. Creepy winky face. If this was a professionally published comic book, this would set the stage for their relationship back in June/July. However, this is not a professionally done comic, and it's not released on a monthly basis. So you've had to wait this long to find out why Hannah's a member of the main cast when she hasn't appeared in more than 10 pages. That creepy winky face. That'll change for the next issue, which starts this Friday with the cover page. I'm actually really proud of this page. Why? I guess it's a little bit less text. There's less text explaining things. So, sure. I guess this page is better than most because there's less freaking text. Oh, okay. Not only did I use a very non-standard manner of my panel arrangements, like say one or two big panels, or one big panel and two smaller ones, with the emphasized image and the three smaller boxes leading up to the emphasized image, but we also get to see a small bit of Hannah's thought processes and what her thought boxes look like. Okay. On top of that, it has a lot of detailed parts of it that show us a bit more of Lightbringer's Bat Cave. A very primitive little setup with a desk, a sewing machine, his costume parts all hung up. Why didn't he just do this at his house? I feel like you can do the sewing at your house. But then again, I guess he might need to do repairs or something. Multiple costume parts in case one gets ripped and needs to change in a hurry. What? How'd he make all this them how'd he make all them How'd he make them all in a hurry? He's a single man living in a big city who devotes free time to heroing. You think he has hobbies, TV, or something to interfere with his costume making? Creepy winky face. I'm also very happy with how I drew Hannah in the emphasized panel, registering her shock but also getting a nice 3/4 view of her body. And she doesn't. I hate her design still, but I guess she looks fine. The anime influence look for Hannah started back in the beginning of issue 3. I call the look for this in my comic the squirrel look. What? I'm not sure why, but it just seemed to fit when I looked at it. The fact is that I didn't draw side views very well with noses just protruding out from the face. And this seems to blend better and make Hannah even more distinct on the pages. Okay. Yeah, that looks better. That does look better. New fan art. I didn't even request this one. Creepy smiling face. This time it's from Rickford of Smaller World fame. We have a heroic poster of Lightbringer looking kick-ass. Whee! Okay. Okay, this looks really bad. I'm sorry. This looks, I don't know if it's the rainbow, if it's like the positioning, because something just looks really off here. Maybe it's because he's so much bigger. I don't know. The Lightbringer. Rainbows may not be scary, but this smiling man is. Okay, let's just keep going. Let's just keep going. Keep on, keep it on. I really don't see why people like you keep trying to stop me. I mean, honestly, what do you get out of it? You get paid regardless of whether or not I get what I'm looking for. Checking off a list, I guess. Is that a crown or is that supposed to be a pencil? Because it kind of looks like a crown. And what did you get out of it, huh? That's right. You know what you got out of it. You people are much too tense, too unnerved by the simple little things I do. It's all for the best, really. Someday you'll understand that. In the meantime, you can just follow my strategy. Don't meet challenges like this with anger or with fear. Do it with a smile. Smile, everyone smiles, everyone smiles. How do you even like kill him? What's this smoke or something? Maybe he'll explain what's actually happening because this looks weird. It might not be clearly seen, but the second corpse, the one on the right, is being engulfed in smoke emanating from his body. Okay. I don't really think that this looks very good. Why is like a Fallout guy here? Okay. Oh, this looks a lot better. Do it with a smile. Oh, it still looks kind of weird, but it just still looks better. Because of like the angles and stuff. Hope this fan art of the same scene makes up for the crappy artwork of the real thing. Creepy smiley face. Or winky face. This fan art comes from John Dar of Ninja John fame. Also the same John Dar who posts frequency in the news box. Thanks for the better artwork than I can do. Text! Freaking text! Why? Why do we have to keep doing this freaking text? Also, why do our eyes look like that? Whatever. I don't want to read this. What the hell? I don't want to read this. Okay. You bought a breast expansion device off of eBay. How am I supposed to? Okay, one, that sounds creepy. And how am I supposed to read this? What the hell is going on with this? Text is even worse than the last one. It's freaking everywhere. Okay. You bought a expansion device off of eBay. What woman talks like this? I have a small chest and a lot of extra money thanks to working here. Okay, what's wrong with that? I'm like that. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with being small or being flat. Yeah, that's what it's called. Flat's fine, okay? Only because we live together and you don't pay any rent or anything. Okay, so that's how it's supposed to go. It's supposed to go like blah blah blah. Okay, whatever. This is so weird. As I recall, I offered to pay rent, but you outright refused. Why do you want larger breasts anyway? I feel so uncomfortable. I feel so uncomfortable here. This is more uncomfortable than the slavers, because the slavers were so over the top. But I just feel uncomfortable. I'll just reinforce the foolishly modern it'll just reinforce the foolishly modern idea of a larger bust being the only route to success. I'm a stock girl at a small furniture store. What exactly are you talking about? Carter, can you talk some sense into her? Don't bring him into this. Ah. Well, first of all, it's her decision to make. Oh, God. There's the male feminist. Male feminist doing male feminist shit. Secondly, I don't think it's entirely appropriate of me to discuss the bust size of one of my employees, and beyond that, my underage employee. I forgot. I forgot that she's underage. Holy shit. What? Why did you put this in here? Oh, God. Why did you do this? Oh, God. Why? This is gross. Thirdly, don't you two have work to do? Hannah, do you have the SKU information for the Hitachi set? See, I told you a while ago we'd have a crossover with dimension hopping. How exactly Hannah got her hands on a breast enlarger from another comic and why I suddenly introduced the subplot, meh. I don't have to tell you anything, creepy winky face. This is the thing that you decided to bring in from another comic? This is not going to help your reputation as a perv, Lewis. This really isn't. Why did you have to make her underage, too? You didn't have to. She could have been like 20. There was no reason for her to be underage. This is so creepy. Like, why? Why are you doing this? Sure, it's right there on the desk. I'm going to head downstairs and build that table. I can't read that. Oh, I'm supposed to. This is important too. Why would you make this so hard to read if it's important? Uh, and I know you're Lightbringer. We'll talk. I can't read this. Oh God, she looks awful. God, that's stupid. It's her attitude. I hate her. I hate her. She's my least favorite character. More than Strawman. At least Strawman's funny. Okay, it's not like we're her parents or anything, but you could at least act like that superhero and be chivalrous enough to tell her she doesn't need enhancements to look beautiful. Well, not that you don't already act chivalrous, but again, she doesn't understand he doesn't understand what the romantic period is. I swear. I swear. I could be maybe I'm wrong, but I swear he's doing this wrong. Honestly, Carter, why can't you be a better role model for her? You can't just let her go around thinking about bigger breasts are going to make her happy. But seriously, why are we still talking about this? Why is this your introduction to this? This is so creepy. This is so freaking creepy. Okay, you know I'm Lightbringer. Oh, later. Okay, you're Lightbringer. What is it you want? I want in. I want to help you. You're in. Now, before you say no, take a moment to think about it. Right now, you don't have any technical support or backup that I can assist you in case of emergency. Or that can assist you in case of emergency. If you were knocked unconscious and taken by someone criminal, you need somebody to go to the police and wait, what? Did you really need to make that long? I feel like there's a way to like imply that she's talking really fast. Um, I think I'm trying to think. I think maybe with like italicizing, there's a way to imply it. I've seen it before that you need to imply that she's talking quickly, or maybe make it so like it's almost like overfilling the bubble, where you get like the idea of what she's saying, but you don't necessarily need to know what she's saying because she's just talking really fast and you get the general idea. But whatever. Well, it's amazing how bad my art is, particularly in the last panel. Yeah, no, it looks pretty bad. I'm sorry. I mean, my stuff is bad, but this page. Well, I drew a fingernail for the first time at least. Where? Oh. You really didn't have to. I think it would have looked better without it. Seriously, what is this supposed to be? I don't know. Don't know what this is supposed to be. It looks weird. But yeah, this page really is bad. This is what happens when I try to incorporate characters into their backgrounds, experiment with different panel positioning, and try to put entire full bodies into the panel. I really blame you people for expecting so much from me and then forcing me to adhere to those standards. Why didn't he put a creepy winking face here? To show that you're joking. I hope you're joking. You've got to be. Otherwise, that would be very, very dumb. Okay. I said you're in, but I thought superheroes were all you can't help because you'd be in danger. Oh my god, look at her face. Whatever. First, I'm the only superhero in the world. I thought we saw like evidence that that was true with like other vigilantes and stuff, but I guess it depends on your definition of superhero, so well, whatever. So I could use some assistance. Second, I've had a day to think about it, so I already know what your argument on the matter is. Come on downstairs, I need to suit up. Oh, so there was a day in between? You didn't just talk to her? Okay, whatever. Meanwhile, I thought that was a Lightbringer for a second. I guess it's someone else. Oh, that's supposed to be a gun. That's adorable. Look at that. Look at that. Why does it vaguely look like a sex toy? I'm sorry. Just what is this? Okay, Tom and Jeanette Becker are looking into the robberies, but so far we haven't been able to get any leads. All we have are the security cameras featuring the guy. All right, tell them to keep it up. But I've got a gut feeling telling me we'll need more than the normal police work on this one. Why is he happy about it? He should look worried. But whatever. Even if Lightbringer can take care of it, that doesn't necessarily mean it's a good thing. I don't know. Boom! Look at this! Look at this! Look at this picture! So yeah, that's my story. So cool. You're kind of like Batman with superpowers. I mean, if you just say it. You, well, I suppose you could say that, but I'm certainly not as smart as Batman. Yeah, I agree. And I can't breathe in space. How do you know that? Did you go to space? Can Batman breathe in space? Is this a joke to something that I don't know? Oh well. And as far as being a technology whiz, I bow to you in that department. How in the heck did you know how to use and work with the headset the code poet gave to me? Probably because she's like a weird Mary Sue waifu for you, because that's what it's given off. Before I met Michelle, I lived however way I could. That doesn't sound like that doesn't sound right. Mind you, I never became a prostitute or a drug dealer. But when I was 12, I was taken in by a very kind electrician. He taught me everything I know. I feel like engineer or something would make more sense than electrician. So that's more like maybe like device repairman. I don't know. Whatever. Krakow. Little Lightbringer signal. Wait, shouldn't this have... That doesn't make sense. It'd be one thing if you showed it like stopping and then exploding, but it doesn't make sense unless if he's sending out two of these little firework things. That's weird. Well, let's see if we can't teach you anything new. Oh, yeah, the bat signal just got lit. Batman can breathe in space. Okay, it's a reference to a joke. It's for like a picture or something. There's no post with this idea. I guess it's gone. I don't know. I don't know when. Whatever. Well, I was waiting for ideas for how Lightbringer could be signaled by Chief Crane, and went ahead and made the fireworks signal. I often will actually see it, considering our special but effects budget. We'll see. Creepy wink, creepy winking face. Okay. Still don't like her design, but this looks decent. She looks kind of like weirdly proportioned though. New fan art piece. We have another lovely piece by Artzheim, the girl who does the cover artwork for the Angel Armor books. While she doesn't have a webcomic, her DeviantArt page is here. Why didn't you just hire her again? This would at least be more decent. Or maybe she's just not interested in like the comic setup. Holy shit. Why is his head like that? It's fine. Again, my biggest look at the speech bubbles. The speech bubbles is the biggest issue here. Ugh, God. The papers have dubbed him the Smiling Man. Not exactly the most creative name they've come up with. See, it's fine if I point it out. If I point out it's bad, then it's not bad anymore. That's how it works, right? Sadly, I didn't call you here to be a creative consultant. I was a little curious about that. It doesn't look like he's stolen anything of value. If his game were just petty theft, I would have just assigned a beat cop to it. However, he's killed. Okay. On 2 occasions, there were security guards protecting the places he robbed. Although one was simply shot through the heart, his other victims, but let me put it this way. When we found one of the guards, all that was left of him by the time we got there were smoldering ashes. Things are... How am I supposed to read this? I'm gonna read it this way. Let's see if that works. Just watch your back, hero. There's something about this whole thing that's just, I don't know, unsettling. Thanks for the tip, Chief. Okay, this is how I'm supposed to read it. However, this guy won't be the end to our partnership. Yeah, petty thieves who emulate security guards give me the heebie-jeebies too. Oh, no, I am supposed to read it like this. Okay. Let's learn how to place the speech bubble. Why does she have a slave collar? That's creepy. Another Hannah fan art. This one's done by Vinny D of anti-bunny fame. According to him, the thoughts going through young Hannah's mind at the time are, should I become the world's first superhero sidekick? I'm also plugging his comic for the fact that today he cameoed Lightbringer. Okay. Why do people keep on making stuff for? Oh God, the bubbles, the bubbles again. This is getting exhausting. I'm not sure how much longer I'm gonna do this. I had fully intended to read through all of it. There's just so much. Um, yeah, I might split this into next week too. Oh, come on! I just read the text. Bro, stop making it creepy. You said she's underage. Why did you make her underage if you want to have this creepy shit? Stop the creepy shit. Oh, oh. I remember in the about section. No, it wasn't about, it was cast. That Michelle thought that he was getting together. She feared that Carter and him were in a relationship. So she thought that Lightbringer is a perv. So she just gave him a girlfriend? I don't think that's how you cure pervs. I could be wrong, but I don't think that's how it works. It makes it so much weirder. Why do you need to make everything weird? So did you really buy a breast enlarger off of eBay? Whatever happened to it's her decision or the bust size of the underage employee? And it's so creepy. It's so freaking creepy. And stop the male feminist. It's her decision talk shit. That's creepy. We're partners now, not just co-workers trying to attract some guy. Please don't put them together. Don't be silly. I wouldn't do that for a guy. My old friend Rose, on the other hand, did she, how should I say this, like boys' attentions? Please, please stop. Please stop. Did she buy this for her friend? Is she just being a creep? Is she gay? I don't know. This is all creepy. Let's just say I'll never drive along a highway quite the same way again. Is she flashing or something? What the? Why do you keep on doing this with this creepy underage shit? I do not remember this being brought up in like any other stuff. What the hell? And he's 19 here too, so he can't really doesn't really have the excuse anymore of being like 14. So Lewis, this is creepy. The human slavery was creepy, but I feel like this is more creepy. Just because the human slavery thing was like so ridiculously over the top. In any case, when is it coming? Why are you focusing on this? It's already here. I didn't tell Michelle that part since she tried to get it before I could test the darn thing. Does it work? Please stop, 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 stop this. Stop it. This is creepy. This is creepy. I wish I knew. The instructions are baffling. To do the thing you want, turn the knob, but not too much because it's bad. Oh, and something about tearing a hole in the space-time continuum, but I think that was just... Hang on a second, I see something down on Flesher Boulevard? Please stop being creepy. This is really, really freaking creepy. Clear his throat. Ahem, we have new text. And yes, this text is here to stay. I always try to make my comic resemble a professional comic book. Sure you do. However, I can, despite my lack of artistic talent. No, you just, bro, have you seen your bubbles? Your bubbles suck. Your bubbles suck ass. So the next best thing is to make the text boxes look more like it. Your placement is horrible. It's the placement that matters more. And such, behold the comic-like text of my comic. And we have another cameo for the webcomic crossover and cameo archive. Hannah's friend Rose that she mentions here, and pictured in the window on the right. Okay. It's actually from the MA-rated comic, due to its language and adult situations. Treading ground. Really, it was just an excuse to use Rose in this comic since after reading her, I always felt that her and Hannah would be friends. She also made in like a creepy way. Oh well. In any case, after drawing the picture of her and trying to put her into the window, I thought it actually looked bad, so I tried to cover her with a text balloon and failed. Then why didn't you just erase it? Why didn't I just remove her from it altogether? Shrug. Didn't feel like it. Bro, that would be so easy to do. That sounds. And now we see the breast enlargement device itself. Pay attention to the subplot, puny mortals. Please. Stop the subplot. The subplot is killing me. I hate the subplot. Okay, let's just get through them. Oh my god, why do the eyes look so bad? You can barely tell them apart because of like how the coloring's going. You need like I guess make this border like thicker. I don't know. It doesn't look good. Maybe put like a white gap in between it. It just looks because it's not. I'm not necessarily complaining about the art itself. I'm complaining about the composition of where you're choosing to put things. That's what I have more of an issue with. If you can't draw, that's fine. I can't draw either. But I have more of a concern about where you're putting the things. Okay. Um. Again, where am I? How am I supposed to read this? Is it? The text. Text is everywhere. So much fucking text. Frickin' frick, man. Okay. All the Talonat gem. It's worth only a few $100 here, but where I'm going, it'll be absolutely priceless. But of course, I wouldn't know anything about. But of course, you wouldn't know anything about it, Lightbringer. So you're the smiling man, eh? The papers didn't say you had eyes on the back of your head. Nothing so crude, Lightbringer. It's just this is always the point where you find me. I've always gotten down to memorizing it. So I guess he's a time traveler. Or Dimension Hopper. Evil Doctor Who. He's probably just evil Doctor Who because uh, Lewis is a Whovian, so it's probably just evil Doctor Who. Oh, never mind. I don't know why I bothered to say such things, so you're here to arrest me, eh? I think he even like used a similar idea in his review show, in his little plots that he puts in his review show. I think there was like a similar type of idea of a villain. That's the general idea, murderer. Oh, the righteous tone of voice. I remember that. I used to have it myself. Okay, we're doing more subjective morality stuff because this is gonna be dumb. Tell it to the judge, pal. Surrender peacefully or this is going to hurt. Well, I'm afraid I have very important things to do, so I can't surrender at this moment. Take your best shot. I'm serious here. I don't take kindly to murderers, and in case you haven't heard, my light burns. Oh, oh, I know you. Oh, I know you are. You were serious the last time I saw you, and just like I told you then, I used to have the same black and white view of the universe, but then I saw things as they really are. Okay. I know moral relativism is dumb, but this is dumb. You're make. Uh, you can't be so on the nose, bro. This is ridiculous. Who is this crazy guy? I've never met him before in my life, but he talks like we have. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 days a week. Yes, that's right. In order to speed up some cameos that I promised to a certain lovely lady, we have now begun updating Lightbringer 3 days a week. So enjoy more comics now on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Okay. Phew, mother of any like just bends the light. My oh my, Lightbringer, was that really your best? So I guess he also has like light powers because rainbows or whatever. Okay, how in the hell did he? How in the hell did you? Is that supposed to be a joke? I don't. Whatever. Here, why don't I show you mine? Urk. Cow is getting like he's getting like the freaking lightning effects from Star Wars. Oh, there's no other way to describe how that felt than ow. Oh, ow. There's really no other way to describe how that felt than ow. I feel like there are. whatever. Sadly, not a lot of dialogue. Bro, you go overboard with dialogue. This might be better. Though, this, the framing is so bad. I don't know what's supposed to be happening here. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Um, yeah, I can't really tell what's supposed to be happening here, and then it's pretty boring, especially with the gradient thing. And there's a gradient background, but for the first time, we just saw Lightbringer get smacked, and by a special effect. Wow! And did I make the smiling man creepy in the panel? Huh? Did I? Not really. Oh, and looks like something that I draw when I was like 10, but whatever. And we're back to too much text. Ugh. Okay. This is insane. I keep asking myself the same question over and over again, and I still can't get an answer. Who is this guy? I block his second attack, but not easily. Whatever energy he's throwing at me, it's eating away at the light shields I bring up and tearing them apart. I return fire, but just like the first time, the light bends and goes around him. Can you use like a mirror or something? Just like, I don't know, be a little less obvious about it. Oh, the text. The text. Ugh. His attacks hurt like hell, so I have to keep moving. Try not to let one burst get to me. I fly, I jump, I run around and around, just launching every single light-based attack I can at him, but for all my fancy moves, he just shrugs it off and makes everything I do look amateurish. I know I'm still relatively new to the superhero thing, but who in the heck is this guy who just smiles as if the world was his oyster? And why was he stealing all that low-cost junk if he has the kind of abilities I'm seeing him with? And isn't there like a sneakier way to get this stuff? Whatever. He's like some internet role player who's god moding. It doesn't matter what you try to use against him, he'll just have some new method of beating you. I shoot a beam of light, it goes around him. I shoot light daggers at him. Oh, like cloak and dagger. Oh. They turn around and head right back at me. I feel like generally these types of villains are just kind of boring. That might just be me though. My powers are useless. My only hope is that my fists are a little more effective in stopping the smiling man. I will not give up. Okay, like, jumps around him. Is he tossing him? Or just pushing? I don't know what he's doing. No way. Urgh. Maybe this is what my parents meant when they said violence couldn't stop evil. There will always be an evil person who has more violence and power than yourself, and boy does it hurt. I guess? Not necessarily. Oh, he's running away again. I guess that's fair, but again, so much text. Why do you always have to like text stuff whenever you're running away? I do the only thing that makes sense with an enemy like this. I tuck my cape between my legs and run away. What is this guy, a ninja or something? He fires blasts more powerful than my light. He redirects my own bursts like they were nothing, and he uses my own body to flip himself over me. Okay. I'm in pain. I'm in pain in more than one place. My back took the brunt of his last attack, so I suppose I'm going to need a good night's rest or two before that starts to feel any better. I've been hit before. I've been sliced by a knife and just barely managed to dodge some bullets, but this wasn't like anything I've experienced so far in my career as a superhero. Man, look at his feet. Hannah's calling me on the headset. Why can't you just show that? Just have her freaking show her with like a worried expression or something. I don't know. Just have her talking. Don't just say everything. You can't. This is ridiculous. Okay. I thought that recently uh one of the comics reviewers that I like to watch, I haven't watched them as much as I used to. But it used to be called Diversity in Comics. He's also called Your Boy Zach. But he recently went over like you might have heard of the new Guardians book that got canceled with like Snowflake and Safe Space. Well, he went over that and he showed some panels from it, and that had a lot of telling, not showing. This is worse. To get to the point where modern Marvel is worse than you is pretty dang bad. Which I guess sounds weird because that's technically professional. But if you've seen what Marvel's coming out with, you understand what I'm saying. But this is really bad, really really bad. Hannah's calling me on the headset. The smiling man attack somehow disrupted her signal, and she's trying to get a hold of me she's been trying to get a hold of me for some time. I tell her I'm on my way back and I'm probably going to need some help getting back inside the building. Taking down the slavers was child's play in comparison to this. And why? Because I had the advantage. I wear a mask. I shoot light out of my hands. It's all that I need to take down some ordinary criminals. But the smiling man isn't an ordinary criminal. He's exactly what I hoped I'd never encounter. The smiling man is a supervillain. Okay. So. Okay. Can you please just have her, like, poking out here? Maybe use, like, different title. Or just wait to tell us that later that she's calling you. What's the point of having it happen if you're not gonna freaking show it? Oh my god. The text! The text again! Oh, God. I know at some point he gets a different artist. I don't know if that's gonna fix this, though. I don't know if the artist finally tells him, stop overusing the freaking text boxes. Or if it's later when he got discovered by like the internet forum that makes fun of him. And I wonder if they tell him to stop with the freaking text boxes because this is crazy. There's too much text. There's way too much text. Or at least it's not conveyed properly. If you broke this up, it could be fine. But this is so bad. I'm gonna get some gamer subs in me and be up all night. Oh God. Okay. Carter. I land. No, I crash into the roof of my store. Hannah helps me back. Can you just show it? Just freaking show it. Helps me back down into the store. It's strange, only her first day doing this, and already she's proving herself invaluable to me. This is only her first day. Huff, huff. He beat me. He beat me. It's funny, I never really thought about the fact that sometimes superheroes don't always win every time. I suppose I took what I've done so far for pharaohs for granted. This is a very harsh lesson, but I've learned it now. I feel like every muscle in my body is aching. Whatever he hit me with, it hurts. I don't know how to read this, so I'm gonna try to do it in like sectors, so it might not read properly. Whatever. I don't know what to do now. I'd say we call it a night. We'll work on a way to beat him tomorrow. Yeah, maybe you're right. Of course, I'm right. You can hunt the smiling down tomorrow when you're rested. No need to hunt me down. Okay, so I guess he's followed them. I'm right here, Carter. It's only thanks to my utter exhaustion that my mind isn't going into a complete panic here. I feel like he could have been on like the top of the steps and maybe have like a shadowing, menacing look, and then maybe have him and Hannah have like surprised, like scared faces. That could be better. Maybe you can break up this freaking text. It's only thanks to my other. Okay, yeah, better. The smiling man knows who I am. How he knows it and why he didn't just come at me from the start are still a mystery. Well, he said that he kept on alluding to like time travel stuff. I thought this character read comics. I don't know why he's surprised by this. And also, he probably could have just followed you because I don't think you're that hard to track because you're pretty bright and stuff. Actually, I know precisely why he never went after me. I'm not a threat to him. He knew the instant he started killing people and stealing that junk for whatever reason. But that begs the question, if I'm not a threat to him at all, why did he even bother coming here? My instincts tell me to shoot a burst of light, try to knock him unconscious, and get answers later. However, my last encounter with him has proven how effective fighting him is. Hannah's instincts, however... Oh, beat her up, beat her up, beat her up! Get her, get her, get her! Don't worry, boss, I've got him. Ah, Hannah, I was at your wedding, you know. I'm afraid, while you are quite strong, you can't hit something that moves outside of Euclidean geometry. What the? Oh, no! I wanted him to beat her up! Damn it. Damn it. Okay, so we're talking about Euclidean geometry stuff. Are we trying to go Lovecraftian? Really? This doesn't feel Lovecraftian. It feels like Edgelord. Whatever. It feels like Edgelord OC. Let's just keep going. All right. You've proven once again you've once again proven your superior fighting skills, Smiling Man. What the hell are you doing here? Oh, Rory Carter, I'm not here to kill you. This is just a surprising coincidence. I'm here for that. The breast enlarging device. Oh, God. What are you hoping to become the smiling transsexual? Considering Linkara's current politics, I don't think he'd make these jokes now. Also considering who he dated, but whatever. Also his taste in porn actually, which unfortunately I know about a bit. So that's weird. Uh, just give it to me and I won't gouge out your eyes, Lightbringer. Okay. Oh, this actually looks kind of cute. Halloween fan art. We have our own resident Perk Daddy drawing some of his characters as superheroes from various webcomics. And Lightbringer made the cut. Check out his comic. I mean, this actually looks kind of charming. Check out his comic cooties. So he probably does kid stuff. Hopefully not creepy. But yeah, it looks good. I actually like this type of art style. Okay. Happy Halloween from all of us at Lightbringer. There's only one of you. Whatever. I said Crimson Avenger, not Green Avenger. Like there's really a difference. I don't really get the jokes. Whatever. Happy Halloween, folks. I admit it's possible for me to shade. I've gotten better at it. I might just be better just to not bother with shading at this point, to be honest. Just say it's a style. But it hasn't been viable for anything more than an occasional special pick I'm working on because of how time consuming it is. Honestly, I think it looks better without the shading. You could just say it's a style. Going to do some experimenting and shading for Paint Shop Pro, and if I decide to do it for the regular comic, stuff from issue 6 and on may show the glorious world of shading. Okay. Oh, okay, they were still in the... Okay. Okay. Take it and get out. That I shall, good sir. You do realize that if this guy wants it, it's probably dangerous to give it to him, right? And you probably shouldn't give it to him? Whatever. Hannah, kindly stay back. I wouldn't want to hurt you just yet, would I? Sorry to take this, but it really is the last on my list. To answer your question, Carter, no, I don't intend to give myself larger breasts. Well, that may be a side effect of the device. What I'm sure you didn't know is that it is a deuterium generator. In any case, I'm glad we had this chance to meet, Carter, because we won't be seeing each other for a while. I've got bigger things to take care of now, and this generator is a perfect power source for what I have in mind. Hannah, nice to see you too. He's a murderer and a thief, no better than any of the common criminals I deal with on a nightly basis. His powers are just like a gun or a knife. I will not allow him to escape justice. You're not going anywhere, murderer. Oh, Carter, still playing the hero while I give you credit for trying. You're not going to disrupt a portal like that with just light. Farewell. Blink. But you know that he's not just like getting stuff to like stop the end of the world type thing. I don't see why he had to kill people for it. So I feel like you might just be making this needlessly complicated if you're gonna do like that type of reveal. Because he did that with there's this gunslinger character in his little web show that was like killing people to like try to save his universe type thing, and it's like, okay, whatever. Actually, I don't remember if he even killed anyone. He just assaulted them at least. Well, whatever. Let's continue. This art actually looks decent. I don't like this look here. How much longer, mine mistress? Let's see, 300 pages, 10 minutes tops. I'm more than a reading lamp, you know. Hush, light, not so bright. I'm reading. Okay. Anyone who reads Hal Schroeder's Silver Age superhero comic, like actual Silver Age? Because that doesn't sound right. But, okay. My mistress will know that he has his fan art be the title heroine visiting various alternate realities with humorous results, and he's done one for me now. Lightbringer is an excellent nightlight. And this art's a lot better. It's decently amusing, I guess. I think could be faster. They're saying that she's a genius, but I don't know. Okay. What in the heck just happened? You know, I really don't know, Hannah. But this whole thing, well, it's left me with the feeling in the back of my head that whatever just happened, why is the graffiti changing? The graffiti is changing in each thing. It's not like someone's painting it. That's weird. Now, whatever just happened, whatever the smiling man was and whatever he was after, it's bigger than you and me. Next, the gentleman walks at midnight. Um, I don't know. I can't quite tell. It's, no, I guess it's like a Grim Reaper type. I don't know what's going on in here, to be honest. Like, some of the people look fine, but I feel like in general it's kind of busy, especially with the black and white to not distinguish things. But whatever. Chibi Art Studios back in August had been thinking about doing commissions, but wanted to do one for free because before he leapt into things. As such, I took it upon myself to leap at the chance to get some free fan art. Uh, creepy, winky face. As such, this was the fruit of his labor, an awesome little ditty featuring the main characters. Carter were walking down the street on the boulevard of broken dreams, no doubt. Creepy, winky face. The three supervillains spread throughout. Still no clue on who the guy on the lower left corner is, but I don't really care. The picture is made of awesome. Visit his other artwork at his DeviantArt site. Okay. The light print comes the gentleman. Okay, so I guess this is a different one. I don't know if we ever actually get an explanation for what happened. Let's see. But let's see where we are in the storylines. Um, oh god. We're not even halfway, are we? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And we've gotten through 4. I really wanted to get to the Darkbringer. That's because I think that's funny. Because I think that's where I stopped about last time. Um, and it's like right before like the art change. I think there's 3 art changes. If I remember correctly. So I think I'm gonna finish the gentleman thing. Um, yeah. It looks like he never like clears up the smiling man thing. Unless if that's just a character for a different thing. Because it might have been like a crossover thing for someone else's comic. I don't know. I don't know what the rainbow stuff had to do with anything. But okay. Let's let's get through this one and then probably next week I'll start with Darkbringer and we'll see how far I can get. But let's get through this last story arc here so that I'm at least a third of the way done. Okay. The Lightbringer. Comes the gentleman. This is big or his perspective or whatever. The gentleman's design is based on two primary sources. Since it'd give away plot details if I told you one of the sources, I'll save that for later. Creepy winky face. Practically, I modeled him after Chester Morris's role in the terrible B movie, The Sheet Creature, named Dr. Carlo Lombardi. While the movie is awful, Morris plays the role with deadly seriousness that made him appeal to me as a potentially fantastic evil guy. On top of that, I always thought the idea of some type of gentlemanly figure as either a hero or a villain would work great, especially if he wore a tuxedo, and so the end result is as you see here. Of course, his color scheme can be quite a chore to work with, since it means I have to separate every black on black part of him with gray lines. Still, I hope he becomes an interesting member of Lightbringer's Rogues Gallery. Okay. I don't really know if I count is he just gonna be Jack the Ripper? He's just gonna be Jack the Ripper, isn't he? Okay. Whatever. This is fine. This is fine. I'm fine. This this is fine. Frickin' text again. Frickin' text. I don't think the lines of the bubbles are supposed to cross. You have this real estate here too, so whatever. Whatever. This is fine. This is fine. Okay. I was gonna say something else too, but I guess I just missed it. Okay, and what about my 30% from a week ago? You'll get it. You'll get it. Geez, this was easier with the slavers. They knew how to negotiate these things. Okay, so is this how we're trying to do the fallout? Yeah, well, they aren't in charge anymore, and they won't ever be again. You aren't going to get away with avoiding payments with. I'm not saying that anymore, not while I'm here. Okay, okay. You'll have it in 4 days tops, okay? Is that a woman? What? I'm very confused. 2 days, otherwise you can meet a pet of mine. Fine, whatever. I have so many questions. I'm assuming this is supposed to be a woman. I'm confused. Stupid bitch. Jeez. There are days I really do miss the slavers. At least you knew where you stood with them, or where you kneeled. Bad enough, I have to work with the fog coming in. But then I have to deal with, hey, is that someone coming in out of the fog? It's totally just gonna be the Jack the Ripper thing. Hey there, fancy dresser. Need any help with anything tonight? Special cameo appearance by Pimpette of Pimpette and Associates. This isn't helping with the creepy reputation. Let's keep going. As a matter of fact, yes. Your eyes, I feel so tired. You can help me send a message. Herc, inked in blood, for all the world to see. Gentlemanly behavior. Yeah, he's just Jack the Ripper. Okay. Oh, come on with the freaking text. They're killing me. You're killing me with this text. My throat's getting really sore, too. Ugh. Happy birthday, Hannah. We've closed the store for an hour, and there's cake in the break room. You did get the cake, right, Gary? Who's that guy? He's just staring in the background, and it looks like his eyes are, like, gonna bleed because they're so intensely fixated on something. It's there. You're the king, Gary. Nah, I'm Spartacus. I don't get it. Okay. So, anywho, congratulations on being an adult now, Hannah. So now we can do creepier stuff with you. And don't imagine that means you're moving out on me yet, Hannah. My apartment requires 2 people at any given time, and so far I haven't met a guy who meets my standards. By the way, keeping the new hairstyle? Until I get sick of it, yeah. So far I like it, though. Easier to comb. Alright, you guys get a head start. I need to talk to Hannah alone for a second. I guess it's supposed to be Lightbringer? Why is it just like weird? Alright, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday. Okay, whatever. Any luck getting more details on the gentleman? Nothing the papers haven't already covered. Crane's gotten a little more info based on a supervisor's account. So far, he's only successfully beaten, I guess, one group because the Smiling Man, I guess, was a complete failure. And as far as I know, he never gets resolved unless that's like a completely different thing. Okay. Crane's gotten a little more info based on a supervisor's account. Apparently, he came out of the fog, which matches up with some of the other survivor with what some of the other survivors said. It might be a good clue. You know, you can have the night off if you'd like, since it's your birthday, and let you have all the glory when you catch the killer. No, thanks, partner. I feel like I remember a movie. Was it on Red Letter Media or something? It was like a modern day Jack the Ripper thing, and it also had fog. I think that it's because like they moved like the London Bridge to like a city or something, so and it was like possessed by like Jack the Ripper. I don't remember. I remember that being a thing though. I can't remember where I saw it. I don't know if it was just like going through Amazon Prime and finding weird things to watch, or if it was like a Red Letter Media thing, or like uh there's like Brandon the cult movie reviewer or something thing. I forget what his what his name is, but I watched some of his stuff too. Okay, as you can see, Hannah's hair has been redesigned so I can draw it easier. The design is based off of the fan art provided in a contest a while back by Clary G. Clary G. I don't know. Remember when I said I have to make Hannah 18 so I wouldn't feel guilty? Well, here you go. That doesn't sound creepy at all, Lewis. Not at all. Oddly enough, after looking at this, while the page is actually about Hannah becoming an adult, the new hair actually makes her look younger now. Weird. Also, my boss has this habit where he calls me by nicknames, one of which is You're the King, Lewis. I decided it'd be a nice recurring gag and an otherwise humorless comic. Uh, Creepy winky face. I don't I don't know why the Spartacus thing though. What does Spartacus have to do with any of this? Oh, is it this? Oh, I'm Spartacus type stuff? Because that doesn't fit here to be funny. It really doesn't. Okay. Well, thanks at least for making the microphone smaller. You can't even tell I have it on now, so I don't. So, so Linkara doesn't have to draw it anymore. It was no problem, really. Reached the south side of town yet? Oh, look, a little stick figure about to jump. You gotta give it- No, but I think I spotted something. There's a woman on the ledge of an apartment building. I wonder if she's going to, and then she's like running and jumping off. Have to move fast. Can't try to catch her legs. I could snap her neck. If I stopped her body so abruptly, I need to make a net to absorb the force of descent and bring her back to zero motion. I just hope this isn't a suicide. Last thing I need is something like The Incredibles, I was about to say. Anyone roughly acquainted with the Marvel Universe and Spider-Man is aware of the Gwen Stacy conundrum, in which Gwen Stacy was dropped from the top of a bridge, and Spider-Man would have been unable to swing underneath and save her, opting instead to use his webland to catch her foot. However, stopping her body so abruptly, that's misspelled, like that caused her neck to snap, killing her. Lightbringer, a comic fan himself, is well aware of the physics problem. Unfortunately, his own powers deal with it. Okay. Oh, this actually looks interesting. What is this? White Death. Huh. I find it amazing that I've had lots of people say they were interested in drawing White Death, even though she hasn't appeared in the comic yet. Um, Creepy winking emoji. In return for putting her link up in the links section, Spunky Neko of Antics fame made this lovely fan art of White Death. It's like transactional. It doesn't feel like fan art if it's like transactional like that. Looks cool, I guess. But let me look at this. Did it show up later or something, or is it just a thing that never comes to fruition? Or is she supposed to be that? Because she doesn't look like that. Maybe it's just something that never happens. Whatever. Okay. It's caught. Bunyan. Sorry to catch you like this, madam, but I'm afraid you would have made an unpleasant color on the sidewalk. My recommendation, whatever it is, not worth killing yourself over. I hope you don't mind. Whoosh. Whoosh unlocks memories. Oh God. So much text. So much freaking text. Why? Why are we doing this? This sucks. Oh, I don't mind at all. I'm Iris Kelbert with the Pharaoh's Guardian. Is this a good time for an interview? Chick, this could have gone so badly. Why would you do this? This is it. This is on like Hannah levels of like going around trying to get mugged. This is like the same amount of suicidal approach, even if you're not actually trying to kill yourself. This is dumb. This is really dumb. Wait a second, why are you putting me down here? Because I have nothing to say to you or any other reporter. Why not? I have questions that need to be answered. You can't even see this. Text and like, I guess in theory, if you cut down the text, like these panels wouldn't be like too bad in terms of like implying action of what's actually happening. I just think there's way too much text. For starters, who are you behind the mask? The public has a right to know who they've suddenly put their hopes in for saving them when they walk home at night. You know, it's so funny when reporters say that people have a right to know something. I don't recall seeing right to know anywhere in the Constitution. Nor do I recall a right to privacy for public figures, which is what you are. Is that why your paper and other papers carried the story of how the government tracks down terrorists because they're public figures? What are you getting at? I'm saying that on a fairly consistent basis, all reporters like you have done recently is try to get people afraid when they don't need to be. I mean, that's, I guess, based journalism hating, but whatever. Look, I'm not getting into this. You're a public figure, and I have an obligation, and you have an obligation to answer my questions. He doesn't have an obligation, but it would probably be good for him to answer, just for his own, just for the sake of the public, but whatever. Here's one for starters. Do you have any statement to make on the current level of prostitution in the city, especially in the light of all the recent attacks by the gentleman? No comment. And by the way, the next time you try to get my attention by throwing yourself off a ledge, please keep in mind there are people who can't read a paper because they were serious about jumping and it had nothing to do with winning a Pulitzer. No, I know what the word is. I just can't pronounce shit. This feels kind of dumb, but whatever. I guess based journalism hating. I realize in this one, Lightbringer comes off as a bit of a jerk. I mean, not like more than usual, I guess. I don't know what this is supposed to be. Seriously, what is this supposed to be? Can someone like translate forms speak to me? What the shit is like these two arrows and like two like semicolons? Sorry, there wasn't a lot of panel space for the discussion, so I did the best I could. His views are better explained in a later page. You don't need to explain his views. There's more organic ways to do this. Also, the story about how the government tracks down terrorists is a reference to a New York Times story done several months ago. Told the procedure for how the government tracks down terrorists through various electronic means. Number one, its own is a perfectly legitimate story idea. The problem being that it caused a lot of hullabaloo from people claiming that the government was tracking down ordinary citizens or that civil rights were in danger of being violated. They weren't. I mean, they kind of were, though. I mean, the Patriot Act has a lot of like legit issues, and you run into NSA issues and all that type of stuff. I don't 100% agree with that part. Furthermore, the article had the bigger problem of alerting terrorists to the procedure of how the U.S. is capable of tracking them, being the conclusion to this. If this is how the infidels attack us, perhaps we should stop doing this. Sadly, all my attempts to locate an online version of the article have come to naught. If anyone knows about it, please let me know. Okay. So, did they get the A-OK for the government to post that? Because I could see the government, like, posting them from being able to post that if it was, like, an actual threat to catching terrorists. But, I don't know. Oh my god! Oh, no! This is... Oh, come on. Okay. Let's get this over with. Okay, is this a different night, or did he just move? Whatever. I hate stakeouts. I don't know how cops handle it. Well, at least you have me to talk to. Oh, and I finished reading Watchmen. It's kind of annoying whenever people are like, here's this thing I like. I'm going to put it in there. Um, I understand wanting to talk to people about your interests. Like, I'll probably put in X23 into way more conversations than I should. But I can see that being kind of obnoxious. Then also gets it to the point of you kind of want to be compared to that work when you're clearly not on that level. It's also a thing. But whatever. It was great. I love the aspect of deconstructing the superhero. Heh. What was that for? Because everyone always seems to say that about it. I don't think that's what Watchmen is all about. So this is just Lewis talking about his takes on Watchmen. Who cares? Why do we need to talk about this? Just write that on a blog. Watchmen is a story about how not to be a superhero. You shouldn't be a gun-toting psycho like the comedian. You shouldn't be in it because someone forced you like Silk Spectre 2. Dr. Manhattan has all the powers, but he has no humanity in which to put those powers to real good. Rorschach is so obsessed with the job that he kills criminals and can't exist outside of the Rorschach personality. I mean, killing the criminals is like too bad, but yeah, Rorschach has a lot of issues, but he had issues from the beginning. But I mean, yeah, sure, these are all like valid points, but I think I swear I've heard this before, but whatever. Ozymandias is the greatest example, though. Why is that? Hubris, Hannah. That is a reason why a powerful superhero doesn't just conquer the world or try to control everything secretly, even without the fantastic elements involved in it. It's too big for one person, super or otherwise. Never forget that, Hannah. Know your limits. But he succeeded, though. Ozymandias completely succeeded. His plan worked. Everything worked. I don't know if you're exactly making that argument correctly. You can talk about how it was unethical, but whatever. And that's why you're just a one-time superhero, eh? That's right. Speaking of which, the fog's rolling in, and it looks like a very well-dressed man is talking to our hooker. Time to get to work. Okay, whatever. Can you like give the lady a gun or something? Let her know that she's bait. Okay. Let's keep on talking about Watchmen, I guess. I mean, it's fun, I guess. Watchmen's good and all, but whatever. There it is. So in case you weren't paying attention, I like Watchmen. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten Night Owl. Creepy winky face. In any case, the page has gotten some philosophy for you. uh, Has got some philosophy for you. Look at all the difficulties that the President of the United States has in trying to manage a country that has so many diverse opinions, religions, philosophies, viewpoints, etc., etc. Now try to imagine a single figure trying to manage the entire world, trying to play all the millions of factors and differing beliefs into something that, for the most part, runs fairly smoothly. I won't say it's impossible, since I don't really believe in impossible. But consider the sheer difficulty level of it. Well, personally, I don't think that people will level, people at least on this version of while we're in our current fallen state, I don't think that the world can ever be perfected through just humanity trying to govern better. I don't think that any governing system can perfectly fix something. All of them have their own issues. I do think what we are currently using in America is the best that we can probably do. Maybe some adjustments, but generally, I don't think that you can really do too much better. Just because of there's always going to be something that someone can exploit and make it bad and all that type of stuff. If it was a perfect world, then of course we'd use different systems, but this isn't a perfect world, so blah 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 blah. You get the idea. Ozymandias and Watchmen believe that he can control it all, or at least shape things in the way he thought it needed to be done. But the truth is that no one can know the exact outcome of things. I mean, yeah, he was just a genius trying to stop people from blowing each other up and thinking there's a greater threat. There is no pattern outside of true, pure mathematics that will always display the same predictable answer, and no one person should think they can do it all. Ozymandias doesn't understand his limits, but Lightbringer does. He's not a god, he's just a guy in a cape and a mask who wants to help people. And that, my friends, I'd say is a nobler way of doing things than thinking too far outside of the box. I don't know if that's exactly. I mean, I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's fine, I guess. New fan art. This was partially requested. Again, all of his fan art mostly seems to be requested, so and not like, oh guys, thanks for the fan art. Here's some stuff. It's more like it's mutual following type stuff. Meaning that I got it from the very talented Lynn Ember after being the first to post a response to her stuff. After receiving 30,000 hits on her DeviantArt page. Check out her stuff. How long is this? 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, God. 6. Okay. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna be able to get out through all of this today. I'm gonna be honest. Okay. This Swift is broken. Okay. Whatever. Okay, I went too far. Okay. Maybe we'll just stop with him talking about Watchmen. Because my throat's sore. And this is probably fine. I don't know, maybe should I keep going? I don't know if I should keep going. How many hours has it been? It's been like 4 hours. Almost 5 hours. Maybe I should just go to till 5. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I mean, it says that I have viewership. If anyone can say if they would prefer me to just stop. Either way, I want to continue because what I really want to get to is whenever Linkara comes into the comic. Yeah, because I think it's very entertaining and like a so bad it's good kind of way. But well, one person left, so I'm assuming that they're done. So I'm probably just gonna end it here. We'll continue. Here, what day is this? Yeah, I might just make a different. There we go. Yeah, yeah. There we go. Okay. It seems like no one really stopped in to see the stream, but if anyone watches this back, I hope that you enjoy it. Feel like there's a lot more to get into here. Um, if anyone does watch this, please let me know what you thought. I do want to try to stream, even if I'd prefer to stream to like 2 or 3 people, or at least like one chatter would be amazing. So I don't feel like I'm crazy talking to nobody. But I am gonna try to keep streaming. Hopefully, eventually, I'll have a big enough audience that I won't have basically zero, especially zero in chat. But yeah. Well, I'll try again next week. Thanks for watching this, I guess. Thanks. I think I'm at 18 subscribers unless I lost another one. But hopefully should be at 20 soonish. That could be exciting. Just gonna keep trying to be steady. So thanks everybody. See you next time.